dobrý den, já vás všechny vítám na
Good morning and welcome to the third day of our conference titled The Year 1945 in a Global Context. Today we'll open the third day with a panel called Refugees Between Totalitarian Regimes. We have distinguished guests, historians here as members of this panel. Anna Chlebina from Ukraine, but who's lived for quite some time in the Czech Republic. Adam Hradílek, sitting on my left-hand side, and Jan Dvořák on the right-hand side. So we'll discuss the topic of refugees between totalitarian regimes. Perhaps I would call it refugees from one totalitarian regime into another totalitarian regime, because it was a period where Czechoslovakia was in disarray and many groups of people were fleeing Czechoslovakia to flee Nazism, but they got caught up in the arms of Stalinist terror or Stalinist totalitarianism. So perhaps first, I would pass the floor to Adam Hradílek to tell us about what types of groups of people it was and what. Good morning. I would like to say a few words by introduction. Jaroslav Formánek is a member of our team Czechoslovaks in Gulag for quite some time, and at the beginning, he was just an editor. But soon enough, he started cooperating on the topic of Jaroslav Formánek and research of, on the topic of compatriots abroad. So Jaroslav Formánek became involved in the research of this topic. And he helped us create the first reports published in Czechoslovakia, the first memoirs published in Czechoslovakia. From the 1930s, so that's the main area of research of Jaroslav Formánek. But perhaps I would like to ask you if you could start my presentation. The question of refugees from Czechoslovakia to the Soviet Union basically is part of our research from 2008 until today. And since 2008, we've been part of a project focused on capturing eyewitness accounts regarding repressions by the Nazi and communist regimes. And the project focused primarily on the eyewitness accounts of Gulag survivors. And within the period of several years, we've managed to collect a number of interviews with people who fled then Czechoslovakia, and as well as Carpathian, Ruthenia, and elsewhere. And this year, a book was published called Gulag and Czechoslovakia War. And this book kind of like was the end of the cycle of the work that started back in 2008. This is the main output of the research started back in 2008, which analyzed the interviews of the eyewitness accounts, as well as documents from security archives, documents that we got from Ukraine and the Soviet Union. The research in Ukraine started in 2011, in December 2011, where we came to the Transcarpathia area. In order to get eyewitness accounts of people who fled from Transcarpathia and Ruthenia. And the first document that we received was regarding Karel Vaš, a prosecutor, an infamous prosecutor who fled to the Soviet Union and was imprisoned in Gulag for 3 years before he was released to join the Czechoslovak army and help Soviets with Sovietization of Czechoslovakia and contribute to the crimes of contribute to communist crimes. Our efforts that started in 2011 and continue until today are part of the digital archive of documents of NKVD KGB regarding the Czechoslovak history, which is available online. And it is the result of our cooperation with our Ukrainian counterparts who opened their doors, the doors of their archives after the Maidan events of 2014. After which their laws regarding archives or Soviet archives were liberalized. And since 2014 until today, their documents have been digitized. Recently, we came back from a tour of several Ukrainian cities, Kiev, Lvov, and others, where documents continue being digitized, and documents regarding oppressed Czechoslovaks. And the western part of Ukraine and the archives found in Western Ukraine are key sources of information regarding repression against Czechoslovak citizens fleeing the Nazi regime and going to the Soviet Union. Here you can see the national the breakdown of the population in terms of their nationality. In 1941, after the Nazi attacked Soviet Union, the possibility to flee eastwards ceased to exist. And as I've mentioned before, our citizens fled to the Soviet Union due to basically geographical reasons, because after the Soviet and German occupation of Poland, the western border of the USSR basically was very close, basically bordered on Czechoslovakia. And when we look at the nationalities of the refugees, we can see that most refugees were inhabitants of Subcarpathian Ruthenia and Jews from the Protectorate who managed to flee to Poland, and then after the German attack they continued eastwards, where they ended up in the USSR, even though it was not always voluntarily. Apart from the geographical reasons, there were also political reasons. So affiliation with the USSR. And this position is illustrated in a Slovak, Vincent Strenka, who was born in Čadca, and he was a forester. He was born in a territory which was occupied by Hungary during the war, and he decided, just like other Slovaks, Rusyns and Ukrainians who did not want to join the Hungarian army. He decided to flee to the Soviet Union, where on the very same day he was arrested. And when interrogated, he said he didn't want to fight his own brothers, meaning Soviets, because if he had joined the Hungarian army, he would have had to fight against Soviets. But his naivety became fatal to him, just like was the case of other refugees, because after being imprisoned, after being arrested, he was imprisoned for several months, then went inland and was sentenced to 3 to 5 years of prison sentence or imprisonment. And from our research, we know that up to 20% did not survive their imprisonment in gulags. Another group, which was fleeing to the Soviet Union across Poland or Slovak, were Czechs, but there were not that many of them, as there were Czech Jews or Transcarpathian Ruthenians or Rusyns. Among the dozens of Czechs who fled eastwards included Vladimir Levora, a student of visual arts school, who right at the beginning of the war was engaged in the leaflet event, where he displayed anti-Nazi leaflets in his town. And once his friend was arrested, he decided together with another friend to flee Czechoslovakia, to flee to Poland. And after the German attack on Poland, and a Soviet attack on Poland, he ended up being in Soviet territory. He tried to flee to Romania to join Czechoslovak unit there, but ironically enough, when trying to leave the Soviet Union, he was arrested for illegally crossing the border. He was sent to Gulag and sent to Gulag, which he survived, then came back to Czechoslovakia later on. And I would like to mention one interesting fact, which is that he was one of the few who already in the 1940s and 50s wrote a memoir, Memories of Gulag. And I think it was in 1958. Yes, I think in 1958, he was sentenced to 18 months of unconditional sentence because his memories of, because he was circulating his memories of gulags among his friends, and some of his friends basically said so to the regime, and he was sentenced to 18 months in prison. What's quite interesting is that the archives of security forces show in his file that he signed his voluntary consent with the destruction of his memoirs. But when we were preparing one big exhibition in Gallery Klenova near Klatovy, our colleagues from Pilsen found his memoirs in the Pilsen State Archive, and it's impossible how it ended up there. It has all the stamps from the security, from the secret police and everything, but somehow they ended up in the Pilsen Archive, and together with the gallery we were able to publish his his memoirs. Another interesting group fleeing the Transcarpathian Ruthenia were Carpathian Germans, and we have dozens of cases. And I would like to remind you or tell you a story of 8, in the end 10 people of German young men from municipality of Merkulov, or Mokra, who fled the repressions. They also wanted to avoid compulsory military service or conscription. And unlike Czechs, Slovaks, or Ukrainians, in most cases, they were not sent to gulags, but based on the Soviet-German pact, they were transported to Germany. And it was not just the case of these 10 refugees, but it was the case of various other citizens of the Protectorate who, in the first years of the war, were maybe released from Gulag and then sent to the Nazi Germany.
Margaret Buber-Neumann was transferred from one concentration camp to another. She survived the first concentration camp, but then immediately he was transferred to another concentration camp, which she again survived. And then after the war, she published a book illustrating the period. And thanks to a book, we could describe the stories, the fates of other people who, in a moment when thousands of their countrymen were fleeing to the Soviet Union and were actually sent to the Gulag, they were transferred to Germany or the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. Roughly 10% of the refugees were made by women. Their fates are described very detailed in the book. Anna Chlebina worked on. She described the fates of women and their children born during their imprisonment. And there is one of those tragic fates of Anna Hris. Her story has been worked on in a great detail because she lived quite long until the collapse of the Soviet Union, and at the beginning of the 50s she got in touch with KGB or SBU. I'm not sure which department that was, to ask them to find her own child that she lost when she was transferred to the Soviet territory. And the information from the security service of Ukraine was supposed to help her. She is describing in her request that that a second child was born during her internment, and she was able to survive several internments, including the Karaganda camp. And then she returned to the Transcarpathia, and she lost her husband. She couldn't find him, and she lost her child. So this story is set in the background of the war, and now many parallels are seen in the past and now in the contemporary war which is waged against Ukraine. And these topics which we have described are dedicated to our colleagues from Ukraine who are still cooperating with us even during those very difficult times. That's why we are so grateful that they are still in touch with us. I'm afraid I have exhausted my speaking time. However, let me in conclusion say a few words summing up our work in the archives, the state archives of the Transcarpathian region, something that we cannot read in the history books, something that is very important to understand the events, though. And I will mention a few accounts which we have received from the archives regarding, for instance, the distribution of the countrymen across the gulags. Until last year, we were not sure to which camps, to which gulags Czechoslovak persons were sent. 50% were sent to the Republic of Komi in the Soviet Union. Utizhemlag Gulag was the main one when 950 refugees were imprisoned. We have analyzed thousands of files, and we know that our Czechoslovak citizens were transferred or sent to various parts of the ex-Soviet Union. And our colleague Radek Světlík prepared this map, and you can see the proportions being of Czechoslovak people being sent to various camps, various gulags. We have a digital archive. We have digitized it, and you can use the OCR tool to search in it. And we have received some very important information by only typing fleeing into the search engine. So we got so many data about who was fleeing across borders, and also data depicting how many people fled from the gulags. And there was a cannibalism case committed by a Czechoslovak citizen when being transported to Siberia, and it is an account on the transport, and he was slicing meat from dead corpse of another cell-mate prisoner and eating it. And when the wardens found out, he was shot. So this is a very drastic account describing those conditions in the Gulag, and also describing the process of transfer of several weeks of individuals. And here Radek Světlík again prepared those maps of gulags. This is a unique map of Sevostlag Gulag, as you can see. And you see those dots there, those circles. They symbolize dozens of camps in the Kolyma region, where our citizens were also directed. We found out that in total 20% of refugees from Czechoslovakia died. In other gulags, the mortality was much higher. In Onyeglak, it was 42%, but on the whole, it was the first number that I mentioned. Heliodor Pika, who was executed in 1942 by the communists in Czechoslovakia, played a key role in negotiations with the Soviets. The Czechoslovak mission was to convince the Czechoslovak authorities that an amnesty should be announced, and most of the refugees on that account were then released, and they could join the ranks of Czechoslovak force that was being established in the east. Unfortunately, he was then assassinated. He was then killed, as I've said. Well, apart from the statistical data which we received from the Ukrainian archives, what was very important for us to be able to give the documents to the people at hand, and that was also Vasil Timkovich. He was one of the last 3 eyewitnesses from who experienced this refugee wave, and we were able to give him his investigative file. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Let me say one thing, and you can actually correct me if I'm wrong. All these Czechoslovak refugees, they were mainly sent to the Soviet Union, as has been said in the memoir, under the title From the Gulags into Czechoslovakia. There is the main character who wanted to first go to the Great Britain, but then they were in Katowice, and it was in this unfortunate moment when the Nazi Germany assaulted Poland, so they changed their plans, and they didn't want to be in the Soviet Union. However, the fate decided otherwise, and they ended up in the gulags. Do you want to say something about it? Okay, if this is not the case, then we will speak about the fates of the Jews, Czechoslovak Jews in the gulags, and what the memories were and what they saw there. Mr. Dvořák. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me follow up on the previous speaker, Adam. I will be focusing on one particular group of refugees, and those are Jewish refugees.
They fled the country in order to escape Nazi prosecution and the terrors of Holocaust. But in the Soviet territory, they did not find shelter and freedom. And instead of extermination or concentration Nazi camps, they ended up in gulags. So perhaps if I could ask you to open the presentation. Perhaps by way of introduction, I would say that together with Adam Hradílek, we published already in 2018 a book called Jews in Gulag, which includes interviews with some 20 eyewitnesses. And this book contains also the latest discoveries from Ukrainian and other archives. And even though this book was published years ago, our research on this topic is not has not been finished yet. And a few years ago, this book was actually even published in English, and we also publish other outputs on this topic. I would divide my presentation into 3 main parts. So at first I will give you a brief look or a trip down the memory lane in history, because just like other refugees, Jews also fled in two main waves from the occupied Czech lands from the protectorate after March 1939, and then from the Hungarians occupied Carpathian Ruthenia from September 39 to June 49, and also the third group consists of Jews deported to Niska Bafasan in October 1939. It was one of the first German actions that was supposed to lead to ridding their lands from Jews, and the people who were part of this first wave of deportations, who ended up at the demarcation line in Nisko area in occupied Poland, were forced to flee eastwards. There were some 5,000 deported people, and the main transports went from Těšín area and Moravian area, and then also from Katowice. As regards their entry into the Soviet territory, so all the refugees happened through illegal ways. They crossed the border illegally, but at first the Soviet side was not well prepared to be able to arrest all refugees that ended up in their territory. So when crossing the border illegally, only some of them were arrested, and most actually managed in various ways to get to the eastern part of occupied Poland, and most of them continued to Western Ukraine. Not only Jewish refugees, but also other refugees concentrated mostly in the territory of Western Ukraine, in Lviv, which was the main center at the time. And I would like to draw your attention to one document which is quite interesting. It comes from the military archive of Ukraine, and it's a list compiled by the military bodies about the number of Czech citizens living in Western Ukraine from 1940, and this list contains some 1,000 names, perhaps even more. But when you look at it right away, you can see that at least 80 or maybe 90% of them were actually of Jewish origin, were Jewish refugees from the protectorate. And of course, their short-term stay in freedom did not last long, because, as we all know, Sovietization of the western parts started soon enough, only or within months of the occupation of the eastern parts. So already in spring, then in summer of 1940, there were mass arrests that took place, conducted by the Soviet NKVD. They targeted Jewish refugees as well as Czechoslovak refugees. The NKVD managed to arrest thousands of Czechoslovak citizens, mainly Czechoslovak Jews, who were then by the Soviet authorities charged with various crimes or transgressions, mostly illegally crossing the border or illegal stay in the Soviet territory, and in most cases actually spying. They were charged with spying in favor of foreign country, and sometimes this spying was supposed to be actually spying for the benefit of Germany, which was actually quite ironic and complete nonsense. So the sentences at that time were quite harsh. The normal sentence for illegally crossing the border was 3 years in labor camps. And when it comes to spying, it was 3 to 5 years in labor camps. When it comes to serving the prison sentence, they were The defendants were sent to gulags across the entire USSR. When we analyzed the documents in archives in Lviv, which concern Czechoslovak citizens of Jewish origin, it was quite interesting that in the spring and summer of 1940, most of them were sent to Volkulaga, to a gulag. No, the Volha River, where a dam was being built. So most of the people were sent to this labor camp where they were needed as labor force in order to build a camp on the Volha River. As regards their other fates, their survival rate was affected by the conditions in individual gulags. As Adam mentioned, 20%, which more or less corresponds, and also the mortality rate corresponds to the mortality rate of Jewish refugees that ended up in labor camps. Perhaps I'll come to that later on, but now I would like to skip ahead and talk about post-war period, or the period right after the end of the war, of those who survived and were able to return back to their homeland, and could not talk about the realities of Soviet gulags publicly, especially, and if they try to reflect their memories publicly after 1945 and then after February 1948. It was not possible to reflect on their stay in gulags publicly because they would face criminal charges, as was the case of Vladimir Levora, the gentleman mentioned in the previous speech. So it was not the only way to publish their memoirs was in exile. And in this context, I would like to remind you of František Polák, an Prague lawyer of Jewish origin who was the first among the Czechoslovak refugees to publish his memoirs of the realities of Soviet labor camps. It was already in 1950s. He published 3 series of his memoirs in the United States. And Adam Radilek, a few years ago, published them in re-edition, his memoirs of Gulag, so 17 years of Gulag. Another lawyer, Karel Goliath, was the longest imprisoned Czechoslovak citizen in Gulag. He stayed there for some 16 years, and he published in exile in the 1950s his memories of the Soviet concentration or labor camps, and or from Stalinist, or his memories of Stalinist concentration camps, as they called them. As regards other sources for research, no other memoirs or eyewitness accounts were published in Czechoslovakia, so any historical research was not possible in those or in the communist era political conditions. So the only way to research this topic was to go abroad. And in this regard, I would like to remind you of Czech-Israeli historian Erich Kulka from the 1960s and 70s, who researched this topic in Israel. And in the 1970s, a famous book, Jews in Svoboda's Army, was published. Kulka had interviews with dozens of eyewitnesses and survivors, and his aim was to map the number of Jews fighting on the Eastern Front. And in his interviews and in his books, he touches upon the experience of people with Soviet labor camps. And it's quite interesting to look at his memoirs, which are still in Israeli archive Yad Vashem. especially since most of the eyewitnesses are long dead. After 1989, in Czechoslovakia, it was also possible to, as part of oral history series, to look at the memories of eyewitnesses who are still alive. And I would like to draw your attention to interviews published by USC Shoah Foundation, which comprises thousands of interviews. But these interviews are limited by the fact that the very interviews focus on different topics, mostly the topic of Holocaust or Nazi persecution of Jews, but that they don't pay that much attention to the Soviet labor camps. But you can find very interesting findings and experience of the affected people. Since these collections are limited in terms of the topics studied, in 1999 we started to have interviews with survivors who are still alive, and we've had almost 55 interviews with survivors in the Czech Republic, Israel, the US, Ukraine, Austria, Lithuania, and others. We've also had interviews with family members and others, and we try to publish them on our website called Czechoslovaks in Gulags, where you can read about Jewish refugees. You can actually listen to some of the interviews of survivors of transport. Perhaps I would also draw your attention to or explain how the Jewish experience was different from other survivors of Soviet labor camps. Because the fates of most people imprisoned and in Soviet gulags were quite similar. But when we look at the individual memories, you can find some details that are related to their Jewish origin, Jewish identity, or nationality. There are even some memories and memoirs of Jewish or non-Jewish Jewish survivors, such as Solzhenitsyn's experience, or the experience of other survivors, said that Jews had actually better conditions in gulags than other prisoners.
To samozřejmě.
This assertion is not confirmed by those memoirs or notes which we studied. We didn't see that they would, in the Soviet labor camp, make a distinction between the Jews and non-Jews, which might have been the case in the Nazi camps. However, we could see in some memoirs the difference in the cohesion between individual inmates, and that would run along the lines of nationalities. And that was seen that Czechoslovak Jews were helping each other very much. So there was a high degree of cohesion between them, and that was the reason why they could survive those very difficult conditions. Of course, there is a question of anti-Semitism, whether there was this issue in the Soviet labor camps, whether there were anti-Jewish sentiments. Some memoirs confirm that, but because the Jews were also in the ranks of the repressive apparatus. Anti-Semitism was not so pronounced in the camps. If there were individual cases of anti-Semitism, then they would have been the traditional anti-Jewish sentiments which we know. We also read memoirs that there were cases when anti-Jewish manifestations were punished in Soviet camps. For some inmates in the Soviet camps, we found out that their education was very often high, especially in Jewish inmates. So those Jews who were in their previous lives physicians or they were engineers, they could get much better positions compared to the peasants inmates from the Carpathian Ruthenia. So the more educated inmates were given better roles, but that didn't apply to Jews exclusively. Well, we don't have that much time, and that's why I would like to say that we have been speaking about 20% of mortality, but there was the amnesty then later. If it hadn't been for the amnesty, then the mortality rate would have been later much higher. The Jewish inmates were also multiple in the army led by Svoboda. I have to say that up to 70% of them, they were actually those were Jews from the camps. So they had been very many of them in the army. Well, that was the period when Czechoslovakia was disassembled. And now we are moving to Europe when 1945 saw the Red Army and then Smersh coming in the tow with the objective to bring to the Soviet Union people who they didn't want to have. So there were many Russian emigrants living in Czechoslovakia, or also people from Carpathian Ruthenia. So what happened to them in the spring of 1945? We will find out from Anna Chlebina now. Good morning. Unlike my colleagues, I will show you a presentation that is in a process of being prepared because we are still working on this topic with my colleagues. I will be speaking about the Ukrainians because we have got many sources. We have been collaborating with the Ukrainian archives and we have been given original documents, and that's why we know more about Ukrainians than other nationalities. After post-war repressions by NKVD affected many political enemies, activists. There were many who could not flee. And they were the former members of the Ukrainian army and then anti-Bolshevik politicians or professors who were teaching at universities in Czechoslovakia or Ukraine. The formal reason for their arrest was used the section number 2 of the Act on the state citizenship of the UDSSR from the 19th of August 1938, which says that the Soviet state citizens are all persons who were citizens by the Russian Imperial until the 7th of November 1917. And that was the reason why many citizens were then arrested. We have Mikola Šefoval, a historian from Munich, who was speaking about Alexander Kolesa and his fate in May 1945. All 42 participants of the burial in Olszany, Prague, were arrested. When 1945, Dmytro Antonovich, university professor, died, then there were worries that the situation will repeat itself, and that's why only 2 persons went to the burial, and it was the singer Shuvovska, and her husband was also arrested. Mikola Rosiniewicz was the lieutenant colonel of the army, and then he studied in Czechoslovakia at the Forest College in Prague, and he worked as the secretary of the University of Arts in Prague. In 1945, he was given the Czechoslovak state citizenship. However, in May 1945, he was faced by Smersh members, and he was arrested or detained, and all documents and books were used against him as evidence to charge him for anti-Soviet, anti-revolutionary activity. At the beginning of May 1945, he was transported from Prague to Kiev. He was put into Turkmensky prison, and he was investigated there. There were investigative files established against him, and the Bolshevik or anti-Bolshevik groups were investigated, and he was interrogated about those. Rosiniewicz, a few days before trial, he was strangulated by several criminals, and he officially died in the prison hospital. Nikolai Rosiniewicz was apparently arrested with the help of the lieutenant colonel who is here on this picture. It was related with the conflict with German authorities, and he was interrogated, and he spoke about the dislocation of German units, and he was then interviewed by the investigator of NKVD about the immigration in Czechoslovak, and he divulged the names of all defendants and they were mentioned in his interview. Psychorud Kochosrovsky, also Czechoslovak citizen, cooperated with the Czechoslovak army. However, he was detained by another army And in 1946, in May, he was sentenced to labor camp activities. Another Ukrainian, Evgen Virovy, a philatelist and teacher of history and activist from today's Dnipro. He fled from the Bolshevik army. It was 1919 in Czechoslovakia, and he settled down. He started his career in publishing, and he became one of the major Ukrainian publishers. He was also a passionate philatelist, and he was the chief of Ukrainian Scout. During the Second World War, he was engaged in the museum activities in Prague. In May 1945, in the morning hours, which we see in the transcript, in Prague, Vinohrady, Fedotov rang the bell, and he jumped out of the window and died the same day in the hospital. There are other people who were detained and died because they were fairly old, and the conditions in the prisons were atrocious. One of them is the Ukrainian publisher, journalist and politician, and also the ambassador in Czechoslovakia, who was detained in May 1945, and he died in Kiev in the prison. And this is his image before and after detention. Or there is another politician and also priest of Avtusin Voloshin, who was detained in May 1945 and died in Moscow in 2 months later. And then there was a tribunal that also sentenced Ukrainian citizens in accordance with the criminal code. And here we see the Ukrainian archives giving us evidence about executions of at least one Czechoslovak person who was detained. It was Dmitry Brenčishin, David Bronstein, formerly, who emigrated to Czechoslovakia at the beginning of the 20th, and he was part of the Halič army. And then later in Mlada Boleslav, he had his own pub. In 1935, he received citizenship of Czechoslovakia.
He survived by presenting himself as a Ukrainian member of Ukrainian associations, but at the same time, as a Jew, he was forced by the German agents to collaborate. Then he was sentenced by the military tribunal on the 11th August of 1945. He was sentenced for collaborating with Nazi to death by being shot, and his property was confiscated. 2 other Ukrainians received a milder sentence, and on the 27th August 1945, Brenčishin was executed in Pardubice. After being released from the gulags, the Soviets would often not leave them or let them leave in a good condition. In the 1950s, when some people were released, they received in their file documents or information that would be that would hint on them cooperating. so compromising materials, so they would be forced to cooperate with the state security service. Based on the list of people collaborating with the regime, we were able to prove some 424 cases of people who were imprisoned by the NKVD, and most of them were Ukrainian, or some of them were born in Ukraine but were in fact registered as Russians. But there are some 100 people who did not have their nationality clear, and at least half of them were arrested in Prague. The list of people arrested and then taken to USSR might be actually much longer. But more or less it's a definite number. So this example of Soviet terror is clear, and it prepared or it deprived its enemies of intelligentsia and political opponents, and it destroyed social life of the immigrant community. And from the ranks of former Bolshevik refugees who survived 10 years of forced labor in Siberia or Kazakhstan, many of them, when they came back, they were actually bribed or blackmailed and forced to cooperate with the state secret service in order for the regime to have control over their activities. That's it on my behalf.
Takže to by bylo z naší strany všechno, než předám slovo mám.
Okay, before I pass the floor to you, in case you have any questions, I would like to say one topical issue related to our research. Adam already mentioned a book from the series of Gulag and Czechoslovakia, focused on World War II. And last week, a second or a continuation of this book was published concerning big terror of 1938-39. So if you are interested in the fates of Czechoslovaks during the during one of the bloodiest periods of Czechoslovak history, you will find this book in bookshops. And if you are interested in something, if you'd like to ask a question. Okay, no, unfortunately we're out of time. So I was just told, so we have to stop here, but thank you very much for your attention and for listening to us.
Then I can see that administrator is here and probably you can hear me, yeah?
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. What about you?
Yeah. Tak, 90, test, zkouška, 90, test, 90, zkouška, 90, test. Test, test.
do toho Emila, ale nefunguje to. No, ono to nejde uložit prostě. Tak já jsem mu to napsal do Emila, víš, tam takový těm ajťákům, ať se na to kouknou. No. Jsem si říkal, že už bych to měl z krku. A teď mi to říkali Honza, že to zkoušeli taky.
Já vím o tom, doufám.
Nevím, tak jestli... Dobré odpoledne nebo dopoledne, dámy a pánové.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. Let's open our next panel, War about the year 1945 in global context. This panel will include 3 panelists. The first one will be online, so let's hope that technology will be on our side and will not let us down. And the next 2 speeches will be live. Although my colleague Jan Cholinski has not arrived yet, but let's hope he'll be here within the next few minutes. In the time that we have, we'll try to provide different perspectives on 1945 and various perspectives on modern history. Time is our biggest enemy at this point, so let's start.
Dear colleague from Lithuania, Davilei Sagashinai, associate professor in the Vice Dean for Research at the Faculty of Law, Mykolas Romeris University in Vilnius. Her topic is the Second World War in the context of the 20th century. It's yours, Associate Professor.
Thank you so much. We tested the sound before, but I need to be sure. Can you hear me? Yes. I think that's fantastic. So thank you for the nice introduction, and thanks again for having me in this wonderful conference. I was presenting last year as well, and unfortunately that was again online. But now I think that I really need to consider to visit Prague next year because there will be again a very nice conference, I believe so. And my topic is from the perspective of legal history, because I am trained as a lawyer intentionally, and I have a PhD in legal history. But I now am in the field of memory studies. So I'm looking from the perspective of legal studies to memory studies, what legal studies are bringing to memory studies, and it's a lot actually happening in this area. So let me share my slides. I hope you all can see them. Yes, probably it should be on your screen right now. Is it? Yes, it is. So I will be talking today about Soviet monuments and about their removal in the Baltic states as mental decolonization from the SSR. So probably you all are aware that after the 2022, the discussion about Soviet Union as imperialistic statehood, as imperialistic entity revived, and Baltic states are really trying to find their place in this process. And I really like the title of this conference, The Year of 1945 in a Global Context. Why? Because after 1945, a lot has changed for Baltic states. And I mean that the change was very negative, because After the 1945, the rest of the Europe was free, I mean, Western European countries. And the Baltic states were under occupation of the Soviet Union for 50 years. So this is, how to say, huge mental difference of how a Western audience is feeling about 1945 and how Lithuanian, Latvian, and Estonian societies and states are feeling about this year. And in my presentation, I will try to present some Soviet monuments which were removed and what stories they were representing and what are the stories behind and why all of this matters. So let me just move to the introduction, and I probably a little bit already introduced the topic, but there are several important messages. That removal of the monuments is not symbolical. It's not only about the symbolism to remove the past from the public spaces. It's also about the mental decolonization, how in these states, exactly how the societies inside the Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, how do they feel about Soviet past? Are they nostalgic? Are they, neglecting it? Are they investigating it? Are they accepting it? Why all of this matters? Because when we are facing the war in Ukraine already for more than 3 years, the ending of the war in Ukraine will be decisive for the Baltic states as well. For first of all, security issues. Yes, will there be a continuation of the war or not? That's number one. But there will be also shifts in societies, and that's why I want to present to you a little bit. So this is the basic map of Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia, and you can see that we don't have very good neighbors. You can see, yes, Finland is a nice neighbor, Poland is a nice neighbor, but not Belarus and Russia, unfortunately. For a very long time, these countries are a threat for us and not our partners. So, of course, we now have NATO Baltic Sea, yes, because Finland and Sweden has joined NATO. But really, what I want to emphasize that we are very, very close. We have long borders with Russia and Belarus, and what they are doing is very important to us. So the Baltic case within the global colonial debates of the SSR, really it started to be more noticeable after the war in Ukraine started in 2022, because really there was no agreement whether Soviet Union is imperialistic, is it colonial state or not. Inside Lithuania, for instance, because I'm Lithuanian, it's pretty obvious, but for the Western audiences, it is very, hard to understand that even though Soviet Union was not colonizer in a sense like Great Britain was, like other countries were, but still, there are very important features that they are indicating that Soviet Union was imperialistic state. And what imperialistic states usually do, they are collecting territories. They are collecting territories which are not able to defend themselves, like the Baltics were not able to defend themselves in 1940 and then in 1945. And of course, when they are in the territory, they are trying to change the mindset of the people which live in that territory. They want to, those local nationalities to disappear, to create something, new identities. And of course, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia really fought it back. And now I'm moving already to the some very, very crucial Soviet monuments, which sparked huge outrage and huge turmoils and cyber attacks, and had huge impact in the region, starting from Estonia. So there was a monument. There is a monument of bronze soldier, how they call it. So that soldier you can see in the picture. That guy, the statue is actually very tall. It's more than 2 meters. So it's quite intimidating. It's not small statue. So if you stand close to this statue, you will look very small if you compare a regular person with this statue. So it was built up from bronze, so it was quite expensive, and it was actually meant to celebrate Soviet liberation from Nazi Germany. How Soviets liberated Estonians from Nazi Germany. And this is a huge narrative, Soviet narrative, about liberation of the whole Europe, including the Baltics. So in the Baltics, the liberation meant occupation by Soviet Union. So that is huge difference from instance, from Denmark, yes, or from France, because they really were liberated by Soviet army because Nazi Germany was stopped. But for the Baltic states, that was huge, how to say, disconnection and this huge dissonance of what really happened and how Soviets were trying to represent it. And when Tallinn, Estonian capital municipality, decided to remove this statue, just, to remove from the city center, in 2007, that was huge backlash from Russia, from Russian secret services, from diplomatic institutions, from all kinds of actions were made. And there was actually one person killed in the riots after this decision by Stalin to remove it. So you should understand that in Estonia, there is a huge minority of Russian-speaking people, because those people were colonizers after the 1945. So there were many people living in Estonia for 50 years, not speaking Estonian, not integrating to Estonian society. They are, called Russian minorities, Russian-speaking minorities. But in reality, if you translate it to the real language of theoretical framework of colonization, they were colonizers. And they are descendants of colonizers. So these people were mobilized by Russia by various means and tools to, not to remove this monument. So after that was done, there was a huge cyber attack on the Estonian governmental services. So I want you just to represent that was huge investment by Russia in this statue not to be removed. And why is that? The question is, why is that? Why Russia was so sensitive about the narrative of Soviet liberation being rejected? Because what this statue removal, that is what is representing. The removal of the Soviet narrative that, Soviet liberation was happening. The real story behind. What was happening behind the, the narrative of the liberation by Soviet army. There are more and more evidences, and I'm sure some of you may know that Soviet army really raped millions of women aged 80 to 80 after they were marching to Nazi Germany. And some parts of Lithuania also suffered that, because Lithuania was, on the way of Soviet army to march to Germany. So that was, this is the real story behind, but nobody is, Soviet Union was not, building monuments for this action. They were building monuments for liberation, which was really not liberation. Another country, Latvia. Now you can see Latvian monument, and Latvian monument was huge. You can see it was in a city center of Riga, in a capital of the city of Latvia, and you can see that this monument was huge, and it was built not in 1947 like in Estonia, but this one was built already in 1985. So again, 1985 is quite recent, yes. Already Gorbachev was, with Glasnost and Perestroika. It was already in the air, but there was still the wish to establish the narrative of Great Patriotic War. And you know that the Great Patriotic War is the war how the word or the term or the jargon how Russia, even now Russian Federation, is calling the World War II. They are not calling it World War II. They are calling that Great Patriotic War because that was the war defending themselves against Nazi Germany. So they are not calling that.
Takže oni nehovoří o druhé světové válce, nýbrž o velké vlastenecké válce.
Okay, sorry, there was an interruption, so that's why I went silent. So that monument was built up in 1948 to commemorate that great patriotic war. And you should also understand that in Latvia, there was also a huge minority, Russian-speaking minority, about 30% of population. In Estonia, 27%, but still a lot. You can imagine, like a third of population are Russian speakers. And they are consuming Russian television, Russian politics. They are not, integrating into Latvian society. Again, they wanted, the discussion to remove what started in 2000s before the joining Latvia European Union and NATO. But then, only after the World War II, only after the 2022, when the war in Ukraine started, the monument was removed. So the significance of this removal is really, again, one more break from Soviet narratives, reclaiming national memory, asserting historical truth, and advancing Lithuania's post-colonial efforts to decolonization. So what it means in normal words, it means that Latvia was struggling really to remove this monument because there was huge Russian-speaking minority. But after the war in Ukraine, it was possible because that Russian minority got silent, meaning they were not that courageous as they were in 2007 in Estonia to protest on that. So that's how it happened. And what was the real story behind the Great Patriotic War by Soviet Union? Because Soviet Union really lost a lot of people in that war, but they were not celebrating it till 1965. Why do you think is that? Because till 1965, there were still alive real veterans of the war. And those veterans were in the streets of Moscow, St. Petersburg, and major cities, and they were left hopeless and mutilated. There was no, recovery for the former Soviet soldiers. There was no big pensions. Nobody took care of Soviet veterans after the war, because Soviet Union was really it was not the primary goal by Soviet Union to take care of the veterans. So Victory Day, can you imagine, was not, and Victory Day, which marks the celebration of winning against Nazi Germany, and it is 9th of May, not 8th of May, as it is in the Western Europe. So up till 1965, nobody was celebrating that day. So you should understand that that narrative was reinforced only after 2000s in full speed and in full power when Putin came back became the president. Why is that? Because you need national myths. You need national narratives, and that's why there are still veterans marching in the parades, and I'm not sure how they can be still alive, but they are still finding veterans to do the parade in Moscow on the May 9th. The last country, but not least, it's Lithuania. It's my home country, and you can see another picture of the monument, which was removed, and it was removed actually in 2015 after the Crimea was annexed by Russia in 2014. So Lithuania had different, background, because in Lithuania there was very less people of Russian colonizer descendants. It's only about 5-6%. Meaning that Lithuania had no, triggers like Estonia and Latvia with Russian-speaking minorities to protest in removing this this monument. This is only the part of the monument. There were 4 statues, but I put only one of it because that was the best picture I could find across internet. So really, you should understand that in Lithuania, the situation was much better because minorities were really not that big. And the reason of that is that Lithuania had partisan war. We had 10 years of partisan war, and the colonizers were afraid to settle in Lithuania. So that is the huge outcome of that partisan war. But Lithuania, of course, had statutes built to represent some Soviet narratives. And these statutes on the Green Bridge in Vilnius, they represented soldiers, Soviet soldiers, workers, farmers, and students, like symbolizing totalitarian control over all aspects of society and all groups of society, like perfect structure of a Soviet society, socialistic, communistic society. So that was idealistic image of them, how they look like. And it was built on the Green Bridge, which is in a city center, actually, in Vilnius. It's very close to the Gediminas Castle, to the city center of the capital. So really, Lithuania and Vilnius had a huge fight on the removal of the statutes because some people argued that these statutes are heritage. Like, this is our heritage, we cannot remove them. So finally, they were removed to reconstruct, and they never come back. So now they are gone, and there was no huge battle on that. But again, what is the real story behind this perfect Soviet idealistic structure of the Soviet society? This is the story. The real story, which was not presented during the Soviet times in Lithuania, was the mass killings and deportations of Lithuanians. And you can see that there were 20,000 partisans killed during the partisan war and more than 200,000 deported to Siberia. What it means? It means that Lithuanian society during Soviet times, Soviet occupation, was far from idealistic because the elite of Lithuanian society was destroyed, was killed, and they were Soviets were trying to create new elites in our countries. And these new elites, that was Communist Party and bureaucracy and nomenclatura. So all of that really was not represented. It was never, told that, the real story was always behind. Of course, when Lithuania regained independence in 1990s, we started to talk about that story and not about, this idealistic farmer story, because, there was collectivization in Lithuania. Collectivization meaning that there was no agriculture left. Everything was collectivized, and everyone worked as slaves in collective farms, not in individual farms. So this is, the sad story which is representing my country for the 50 years. So remaining challenges are still there, and there are many controversies, and this is my last slide. So what it means that with the removal of the Soviet monuments, of course, mental decolonization of the local societies is not over, because really we are still facing resistance and debate over laws targeting totalitarian symbols. For instance, in Lithuania, there is a desovietization law adopted in 2023 to remove all monuments, all street names, all marks of totalitarian regimes in Lithuania, in all municipalities, not that visible, but still are there. And that actually commission, which was responsible for that, this summer was demolished, meaning that commission stopped working because the power in Lithuania has changed, and now we don't have the political will to do that, to continue that. Integration of Russian-speaking populations is a huge challenge for Latvia and Estonia because they are huge, 30%, 27% of population, and Latvia and Estonia will still need to deal with that. And there is another aspect which is also very important, that Western perception and ongoing conflicts. Because really the question is this: do Western countries understand and consider Ukraine being Europe? Because if Ukraine is not Europe, then the Baltic states, Czech Republic, Poland is also not Europe. It's also a Russian world. What it means? It means that it's a security threat for all of us if we are still, thinking about our region as the region which has the, colonizer hand by Russia. So, and really, that's why we every time you hear if anyone talks about Baltic states like post-Soviet state, it's not true. Then if you hear about Czech Republic talking about, former Soviet satellite state, you should, as a scholar, we really need to change the language and change the narrative which are represented under those languages. So thank you for your attention. I hope that was not too long for you to listen, and we'll be waiting for your questions.
Thank you, Associate Professor, for your inspiring contribution. We will now return home from the Baltics. Greetings to Vilnius. Poprosil bych kolegu Jana Cholinského, aby přišel.
And now there is the next speaker, Jan Cholinsky. This is his turn. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For tactical reasons, it is me to speak here now, to have some time for my paper, and I will try to describe the Czechoslovak situation from a wider perspective, and I hope I will be clear enough. A global war changes the environment around. What is true at the beginning is not true at the end. The plans, concepts, ideas are annihilated. After First World War, maps were redrawn, and the climate saw new changes. The world was shrinking, and in Europe, the 19th century was going to an end, and states were supporting their national ideas. The Czechs emerged victorious because they got their independent republic and a legionnaires' tradition. The Czechs were mature. They could build on the legal state from the pre-war Hungary. And Viktor Adler, one of the most important politicians, said, and I quote, "Congratulations, you have your own state. You earned it. And now you have to show how you can manage it." The Czechs wanted their own state, and that's why they had to learn how to handle it. It was after the Great War, which was the debacle of civilization. They had to learn when National Socialism and Italian fascism came to the fore. All these shifts were contributing to the crisis, and democratic Europe was being distributed by the powerful ones. The interwar Czechoslovakia, despite any infections that we could have, was a democratic country and a good home for Czechs, Slovaks, Czech Germans, Lithuanians, Hungarians, and Slovaks. Czechoslovakia helped also minorities who immigrated to its territory from various countries such as Bulgaria, Romania, and Austria. They all found for some time their home country in Czechoslovakia. The Munich event was a shock for Czechoslovaks, and for our democracy it was a disaster. We had a parliamentary democracy, and that changed overnight into a parliamentary democracy, which put us on par with other Western countries. Hitler wanted to annihilate our country. In March 1939, he was able to do that while the Western countries only watched. The democratic West wanted to avoid any conflict. They had to see later that we should never appease the evil. The Czechs, they wanted to fight. It was the only possibility to change their status when the Third Reich subjugated them. John Kennan said in 1930 for the White House, and I quote, "There is apparently no country in Europe that would wish to have a war except for the protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia." This, end of the quote. This is what we call the dubious peace. A generation of Europeans could relive what they already experienced before. A global war changes the whole world. What applies at the beginning does not apply at the end. Czechs were worried about the existence of their nation. Hitler's Germany, together with Bolshevik Russia, was conquering Europe and demolishing everything.
Czechs were threatened by Nazification, and as one diplomat quoted, American diplomat quoted, Czechs will soon learn that people are faced with modern propaganda attempts, but despite these facts, the Czechs are quite perseverant and fight occupation and the attempts to Nazify them. Those who stayed home in the protectorate were faced with the danger of threats and repressive bodies of the Nazi occupants who acted with brutal force. After the death of Heydrich, they lived through the worst week of terror in history. But they were brave, and many of them died. Restoration of Czechoslovakia was not for granted, because both internally, as Czechs and Slovaks had different war experience, but also from the international perspective, because the republic was destroyed actually at the time of peace. So that's why Edvard Beneš and the exile government tried the Munich agreement to be renounced. But thanks to them, the Czechoslovak Republic was on the winning side against the Hitler coalition. The exile in London had to fight its internal wars because they did not have, they have to fight Slovak agrarians, and Beneš had to fight Slovak agrarian agrarians, or Hoxha, the former prime minister, and Czechs and Slovaks in exile did not have the same ideas regarding the post-war restoration. Both sides wanted Czechs and Slovaks to be equal. They wanted to have a parliamentary democracy, and they wanted to be oriented towards the West. And I quote, "In Stalin's speeches, it is clearly hinted what his intentions were. He was not a person to say things just for nothing. Democracy ignored what Hitler declared in Mein Kampf. Clear Stalin's, and they shouldn't ignore clear Stalin's ambitions. But they thought that Russian communism is not against Russian colonialism, and that they should fall under the Soviet sphere of influence. But Edvard Beneš, a long-term Minister of Foreign Affairs of Czechoslovakia and later president who formed the Czechoslovak foreign policy together with the circle of people around him, they came to the conclusion that the West let them down through the Munich agreement, and that's why they had no other choice than to make Soviet Union their ally. And in 1943, when the end of the world was unclear, they changed their direction. And Edvard Beneš, who suffered from post-war PTSD, he turned to the Soviets to provide for security for the new state. They concluded a pact for 20 years, which was supposed to create friendly conditions and provide for security of Czechoslovakia. But at the same time, it was the first step that the Czechoslovak Republic made towards the Soviet sphere of influence. One of Beneš's collaborators was Edvard Hubka, and they were wrong about Stalin's intentions. They published a paper, Rybka published a paper in London in 1944, where he promotes the new Slavic policy and believes in the post-war cooperation of Moscow with the West. And he was not the only one in Beneš's inner circle who did not believe that the Soviet Union was the same Soviet Union after the World War I, but on the contrary, that it was a reliable ally and a partner due to the big losses of World War II that they suffered. And not only they believed the new image of Soviet Union, but they also promoted this image and believed that the Soviet Union would stand up to the promises and to the commitments, contractual commitments with Czechoslovakia. Throughout the war, it was declared that Czechoslovakia was to be restored in its original pre-Munich borders. But there was a clear warning when it comes to the situation in Carpathian Ruthenia, where the Soviets did not allow the Czechs to restore Czech administration on the territory. And Czech representatives were powerless. There was no state sovereignty respected. Soviet commandatures ruled over the territory. There were Soviet agitations and campaigns in order for the territory to become part of Soviet Union. And when in a Košice government program, Transcarpathia was used instead of Carpathian Ruthenia, it was clear what the fate of this part of the territory was. The loss of this part of territory did not hurt Czechoslovakia that much, except for the Rusyns who lived in that territory and who were victims and who fought for Czechoslovakia. Edvard Beneš and his inner circle were wrong about Czech communists or Czechoslovak communists. In December 1943, Beneš said to the communists in Moscow, "You will be the strongest element in our new regime, and I will support you. If our agreement is true and sincere, then communists and Beneš will create a strong bond that will not be defeated," unquote. But Gottwald's communists were actually aside at the beginning of the resistance. They just followed Comintern and their tasks. And at the time when left-wing and right-wing Democrats, as well as ordinary communists, were part of the resistance movement, the Moscow-oriented communists did not join the resistance movement until much later. And towards the end of the war, communists pretended to be the strongest resistance fighters, and others just watched silent. And because they had the same joint enemy, Hitler. And I quote, "Mr. President, do not go to Moscow," end of quote. That's what Karel Feyerabend, agrarian politician and Minister of Finance, warned Beneš in his London exile. He tried to prevent his trip to Moscow, and he did not believe in the Soviet orientation, and he resigned from his office in April 1945. Beneš did not listen to his warnings. He thought he will form a bridge between the West and the East, and together with his exile representation, he came to Moscow. And when dealing with representatives of the Communist Party, they created a new agreement together with Gottwald's communists, and they created a new political system of the country. And the Košice government program made it clear that Czechoslovakia will be part of Soviet sphere of influence, and it was actually their own doing. Edvard Beneš and his inner circle believed that the Communist Party became a statehood-oriented party, and that they will cooperate in order to create a new democratic and legal state. They diverted from parliamentary democracy of the Western kind, and they went toward leaned toward people's democracy. And the basis for the new people's democracy was the National Front. The legal and political continuity with the First Republic was in shambles. Social Democrats and National Socialists and the Christian Party agreed with the communist principle that if you want to be in politics, you need to be a member of the National Front. So basically, they succumbed to the requirements of the Communist Party to simplify the political system, which was to disintegrate it and therefore threaten stability. But in fact, the Communist Party were not interested in stability. They wanted everyone to be a member of the National Front in order to strengthen their influence. They were lying and agrarians were considered to be a party which collaborated. The same goes for the Entrepreneur Party and the National Democratic Party. Parties which became part of National Front started seizing the property of the former outcast parties, which were falsely accused of collaborating, such as the agrarians, and they tried to lure their electorate, their voters. Throughout the war, both London and Moscow said that the citizens will decide the fate of the republic in free elections, but it was not the case. Exiled allies usurped almost all the power. The exiled and Moscow exile came back to the country united with their own interpretation of protectorate past and with people's democracy in place. The Communist Party, leaning on the Soviet authority, had huge victory. They did not make it possible to return to the pre-war state affairs, and they usurped power. Klement Gottwald leaned high above all the other politicians, and he was happy about the bourgeois politicians to be in the corner and to be terrified of him. Suchy, whose stayed in a concentration camp, was terrified when he saw the situation in Czechoslovakia when he came back in June 1945. But he was not the only one who was terrified to see what the situation was. But he said very precise words, I quote, "No wonder that the largest proportion of the falsely accused country, the most intelligent ones who formed the core of these parties, knew about what was going on, and that's why they knew what the Košice government program meant for them. They remained cast aside silent, without any rights, and they felt like foreigners in their own country. They knew that they were not liberated, but attacked, assaulted, but in a quite intelligent way, because the Trojan horse was taken into our country by our own people, who were not afraid of anything but resolved to do everything, unquote. People like Suchi knew very well that you cannot and under no circumstances trust the communists. And when we hear that no one protested the situation, it is not true. The problem was that they had nowhere to go, no one to turn to, because none of the political parties which formed part of the National Front would help them. The radio would not broadcast their complaints, because everything was controlled by Václav Kopecký, a communist. And instead they would just draw the attention of the Ministry of the Interior, which was also in the hands of the communists. And post-war Czechoslovakia was not a Central European democracy. It was not a legal state, and Sovietization, post-Sovietization continued. It was not a free country for Czechs and Slovaks, let alone survivors of Holocaust, or Czech Germans who had supported Germans and were expelled or displaced from the country. And not to mention the most vulnerable groups of the society, who just had to watch how members of immigration, foreign immigrants, were taken forcibly abroad to kulaks. So at the time when Europe was destroyed, bombarded, and in shambles, then Czechoslovakia had nothing in common with the pre-war First Czechoslovak Republic, the Republic of Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk. Most of the Czechs did not, or many of the Czechs did not live to see the end of World War II, and the loss of the Allies hurt a lot and was reflected in post-war Czechoslovakia.
Edvard Beneš is fully responsible for the post-war development of Czechoslovakia, together with the Košice government and the policy. And there were always trade-offs with the Gottwald communists, who knew what they wanted and were very smart in reaching their objective. That was a national catastrophe. They, in those times, laid the tracks, and the train went to Moscow on the 25th of February 1948, so to say. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And now the next speaker will be Mr. Jan Cholinsky, who will be speaking about political errors and misjudgments of the British and Americans during the war and their relevance today. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say at the beginning that I will not intentionally lower the ethos of the victorious times of 1945, but similarly, as I did yesterday, let me remind you of the fact that I lived 25 years of my life in a communist regime, under the communist regime, and I myself was in the opposition. I couldn't identify with the regime, and most of my friends or acquaintances harbored certain illusions about what the West looks like. We saw it as an antidote to the communist regime. We didn't know many facts. It was not clear to us what we now see as clear based on the capitalist experience as well. And that is that the Western democracies also had their errors, weaknesses. And what I want to say is to draw your attention to an error or weakness that is visible in the past and also in today, and that is to use double standards. That is the opening of my speech. In August 1941, Great Britain and the United States declared their war aims in an 8-point declaration called the Atlantic Charter. In addition to promising peace and economic cooperation for all nations, the declaration stated that the Allies did not seek territorial gains, that was the first point, but that they did not desire any territorial changes unless these were the result of the free will of the peoples concerned. That was item 2, and that they wished to restore governments that had been forcibly changed as a result of war and aggression, and that they respected the right of every nation to choose its own form of government, signed by Winston Churchill and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Although the Western Allies, together with the Soviet Union, defeated the Greater German Reich and its allies militarily, the fact remains that the goals formulated in the Atlantic Charter were not fulfilled. For the nations of Central and Southern Eastern Europe, the end of war did not mean liberation, but new enslavement, because they ended up under the yoke of Soviet communism, including Poles, Lithuanians, Latvians, Estonians, Czechs, Slovaks, Hungarians, Romanians, Bulgarians, Serbs, Croats, Slovenes, and other nations. During the 2 to 3 post-war years, these nations were enslaved by the Soviet Union, and communist regimes were established in their countries by the communists working for Soviet Union. In other words, one totalitarian regime enslaving these nations were replaced by another regime, again enslaving them. As Professor Shumila said yesterday, the rule of one barbarian in Poland was replaced by the rule of another barbarian. And that is not all. In terms of territory, the gains of the initial aggressor, who became an ally at the beginning, were preserved with the consent of Great Britain and the United States, with the Soviet Union being granted half of Poland, the Baltic states, and part of Romania. It didn't take long for the communists, under the central leadership of the Soviet Union, whose expansionist plans and project of a world communist revolution remained unchanged, to control a third of the Earth's surface and rule over a significant part of the world's population. In addition, they threatened the entire free world, as they had managed to steal American military secrets and successfully began producing unprecedentedly destructive nuclear wars. 1946 to 47, it was clear that a Cold War was beginning between East and West, which could at any moment escalate into a hot war with consequences far worse than the catastrophe of World War II. For the next 40 years, the nations of Central and Southern and Eastern Europe were enslaved by Soviet communism, which had tragic consequences. In addition to those loss of life and suffering of millions of individuals and entire families, that meant the destruction of their centuries-old culture and social disruption. If we begin to analyze the facts, it becomes quite clear that this did not have to be the case. A significant part of this catastrophic situation was the result of a misunderstanding of what the Soviet Union was on the part of the Western Anglo-Saxon powers, or even sympathy for this totalitarian state. We are talking about a state that was aggressive not only to its own population, but from the beginning had expansionist tendencies that threatened the entire free world with a crazy project of world communist revolution. A state that in the interwar period established an international conspirational organization, the Comintern, which operated throughout the world for the Soviet Revolution. Neither the Americans nor the British were sufficiently cautious. This was despite the fact that there were some truly exceptional and courageous individuals among them who warned in good time. The sad fact is that, regardless of this, the British and Americans became closer to the Soviet Union during World War II. That was necessary, for military purposes. I would like to recall 3 cases that were the result of this rapprochement. But first, I will point to symbolic pre-war episodes that illustrate the situation I'm talking about. Last year, the Security Committee of the Czech Parliament held a seminar at which, among others, Ukrainian activist Yarina Yasinevichová from the organization All Ukrainian Forum for Democracy spoke about the dangers of systematic propaganda and the cover-up of crimes, including genocide and famine in Ukraine. In the pre-war Soviet Union, she mentioned the destructive role of disinformation, citing an example of the false reports of American journalist Walter Duranty, a correspondent for the New York Times from the Soviet Union, about the situation in Ukraine at that time, and also that Ukrainian activists, and this has to do with Ms. Yasinevichová, that Ukrainian activists are now seeking to have Duran's prestigious Pulitzer Prize for journalism retroactively revoked. Let me say that at the same time, another American journalist and historian, William Henry Chamberlain, not related to the British Prime Minister Chamberlain, was staying in the Soviet Union and sending truthful information about the situation and the Soviet regime to the United States. But at that time, this information was marginalized and rejected by the media. To commemorate Chamberlain, I quote from his book called "Collectivism is a False Utopia" from 1937. And I quote from the opening of that book by the author. It is often the case that the loss of something is the best way to teach a person to appreciate his value, and the strongest positive conviction I took away from my nearly 12 years in the Soviet Union was the absolute unconditional value of human freedom. This conviction was reinforced by a shorter period of observing the functioning of another type of collectivist dictatorship in Germany. Based primarily on the impressions of the Soviet Union and Germany, I have come to the conclusion that the most important problem facing civilization in this century is the question of democracy versus dictatorship. And then he very clearly describes that it is a question whether the state is going to rule its citizens or if it is going to be vice versa. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire future of Western civilization, with its many humanistic and individualistic roots, is very closely linked to the answer that history gives. Based on the demonstrable facts of the Soviet, German, and Italian experiments, the book attempts to present reasoned arguments for the claim that collectivism in both its communist and fascist forms is a false utopia. There is also an effort to show the positive complement to this negative assertion that free institutions have a pragmatic value that far exceeds the largely illusory advantages of the short-sighted methods of dictatorship. It is impossible to write such a book without thinking with admiration of the many conscious martyrs and with compassion for the even more numerous unconscious victims of the 3 main post-war dictatorships. It is to be hoped that this long story of heroism and suffering has not been in vain, and that the peoples of the countries that have remained free will be strengthened in their determination to preserve the method of freedom at all costs when they realize more clearly the moral, material, and cultural cost of abandoning it. End of quote. I think I still have some speaking time left, so I will press ahead and mention another case of a very important figure during the Cold War, and that will be Whittaker Chambers, American journalist. And I will only briefly mention some events from the beginning of World War II. He was very left-leaning. He became a communist, passionate communist, and in the 20s and 1930s, he was an agent in GEU. In mid-30s, he started having doubts in communism, and then he parted with this philosophy after the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. Based on what he knew about the intelligence networks in the USSR and the USA, and based on an interview which he had with the KGB or NKVD with Walter Krivitsky in 1939, who also parted with the Soviet system about the Stalin objectives, he decided to inform the American administration about his role as an agent and share all knowledge to the President Roosevelt administration, and he wanted to meet him in person. And I will be very short. He managed to meet Adolf Berle from the Foreign Ministry, and he was given all information, and that bureaucrat gave this information to Roosevelt, and it was, as I've already said, 1939, and he did not believe that. He refused that and sent him somewhere. So, should you have any misgivings about Chambers, buy his book, autobiographic book, which you can buy in Czech as well. The title is in Czech, Witness, The Witness. Warren Carroll also wrote something about that stretch of the history. And now those three mentioned cases of the failure to help on the side of the Western allies. So first, it was the case of Yugoslavia, or more precisely, the betrayal of the pro-Western representative of the legitimate Yugoslav government, of the constitutional monarchy and leader of the Serbian resistance, Colonel Draža Mihajlović, and at the same time the support of Josip Broz Tito, an agent of the Comintern and an orthodox Marxist-Leninist communist who established a communist totalitarian regime in Yugoslavia after the war.
Of course, it is possible to talk about war pragmatism, wartime era pragmatism. Churchill sent in one interview with one of his subordinates active in Yugoslavia when asked whether he was planning to stay in Yugoslavia after the war. And when he said no, then Churchill said, me neither. So let's leave it up to Yugoslavia and Tito to create a regime that they prefer. But of course, there were people who pointed out that Tito is changed not only to Yugoslavia, but to the whole world as part of the communist movement. And both were well-known writers. Evelyn Waugh, a British writer who was in military during the war in Croatia, and he wrote a detailed report about his meetings with Tito. And the second such person was Rebecca West, again a writer who was strongly against Tito. And the second case is the case of Poland, a wartime ally whose domestic and foreign resistance contributed significantly to the defeat of Germany at the cost of enormous Polish sacrifices. British and American lapses were numerous. and resulted in a catastrophic end to the war for the Polish nation and the Polish state. I will mention just a few. For example, British pressure to remove anti-Soviet politicians in London, denial and concealment of the Katyn crime, pressure to remove General Kazimierz Sosnowski from the Polish military, recognition of the Lublin government and betrayal of the legitimate Polish government in London, recognition of Soviet territory acquired in 1939 during the Soviet-German attack on Poland. And I could go in further. And third, my last point, the case of more than 2 million Russian, Ukrainian and other prisoners of war. And not only prisoners of war, but also those who had never lived in the Soviet Union. And against their will, repatriation back to a totalitarian state in 1936, 46 and 47. Following the decision by British and U.S. decision. As Solzhenitsyn called it, the last secret of World War II. Great Britain and the United States handed these prisoners of war over to death and slavery in concentration camps. Evidence of this, of these sad events, can be found in historical monographies by British-Russian historian Nikolai Tolstoy. Also in Czech, the victims of Yalta, also American writer or journalist Julius Epstein, called Operation Keelhaul, and Polish spy Józef Makiewicz. The book is called Contra. I would like to say that Tolstoy's book was published in Czech as well, and another interesting autobiography was published in Czech. It was an autobiography of Russian general or a military officer called Nikolai Krasnov, who describes their experience with repatriation and later being imprisoned in Gulag. And after Khrushchev rose to power, by way of coincidence, he was released to freedom. And later in Sweden, he managed to write his memoirs called Unforgettable. But unfortunately, some 7 years later, when he claimed in a Russian exile print that he was preparing his reports from the interview from General Vlasov's interview with his grandfather, Tsarist general. Then under unexplained circumstances, he died. So he didn't have time to complete it. So with these sad events, I will conclude my speech. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nazism was defeated, communism was defeated, but we cannot defeat time. Again, we lost the battle of time, and this time I am to blame because I'm the chair of this panel. And since I saw colleagues, Martin Indra, Petr Kopal, and others preparing themselves for the next panel, we will leave time for discussion during the last discussion panel. So there you will have time for various questions that you are interested in. Now we will have a brief 5-minute break, and I apologize to everyone. And then we would continue with the last panel. Thank you for your attention.
potřebuju tohle.
Jenom ti chci říct, zase, to je obrovské překvapení pro mě, že to, co jsem ti chtěl navrhnout, chtěl jsem říct, že když to máš na podzimní misce, tak oni znají aktivní předpovědci. Zpravodajci, kteří jsou na konci. Je to prostě E na konci. Já jsem ho přivezl před asi 5-7 lety. Jsem ho přivezl do Ostravy, kde je ten melting. Víš, co myslím melting? To je součást toho festivalu. Mladý člověk. Protože chápeš to, že prostě tím pádem, že oni tady budou, tak my budeme mluvit k lidem, kteří to potřebují slyšet.
No, pane doktore, než to začne, jako už budeme. Dámy a pánové, fotopůl pana doktora Lukeše pomalu, ale jistě končí a také pomalu, ale jistě končí i 5.
So, I would like to call all the participants back because our 5-minute break is almost over. And I'd like to ask everyone who wants to listen to us to come back so we can continue and open the next panel, which is titled Czech Developments and Culture Overlaps. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome you back as well and to open the last but not least, one before last panel. And I find myself in a strange situation when I'm supposed to give myself the word or pass myself the floor. So I will talk about the beginnings of the National Front and the Košice government program. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to have the opportunity to talk here. And I know that to speak at the end of every conference is not easy because people are usually tired. And let's face it, politics and the changes of politics in modern times, apart from a few exceptions, have never been an interesting topic. So it's very difficult to keep the attention about the beginnings of the post-war National Front system, and therefore it is quite difficult. One of the terms we use to describe the political system of limited post-war democracy in the Third Republic is the above-mentioned term called the National Front system, or if you prefer, socializing democracy or people's democracy. Or, as Associate Professor Brokrova said, limited democracy. The new post-war democracy, whatever we call it, was supposed to be better than the pre-war democracy in the minds of its architects. The creators of post-war democracy criticized the First Republic's democracy for its sluggishness, tendency toward corruption, excessive number of political parties, and so on and so forth. So there were quite a few factors that the First Republic democracy was reproached or rebuked for. So it was quite criticized. And the response to this criticism, and wide-ranging criticism, was to be a new and better democracy. Both communists and Democrats agreed on this term, the term new democracy. As early as September 1940, the Democrat Jaroslav Stransky said in his radio address to his homeland that it is already necessary today to seek the outlines of a new life and a new world that will be born out of this terrible time, and will overcome it. In his words, a burned-down house and a gnawed-down shop. That will be, or eaten-out shop, that will be the image of the European continent. And we want to build a new, renewed republic taught by its suffering and redeemed and purified by its sacrifice, unquote. And similarly, the chairman of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, Klement Gottwald, was talking when he expressed himself in the same very similar fashion, comparing the construction of a new state to the construction of a new house. We approach, I quote, proposals for the restoration of the state as owners of an old house that had to be demolished. And at the same time, it had many co-owners. The house had been built over centuries, various extensions had been added to it, it had been modified. And so when it burned down, we will build a new house, and we will build it to suit the new needs. But what were the new needs and new ideas of this plan? To put it simply, there were many ideas, many visions. During the war, a whole range of options for the future state emerged, whether in terms of its territory or political system. And many of them were actually quite unfeasible for various reasons. They were simply quite unrealistic. Because the architects of post-war Czechoslovakia forgot about political reality. A classic example of these unrealistic plans was the Helvetization of Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia as part of various Central European blocs, federations or confederations, or the creation or restoration of a federalized constitutional monarchy, Czech-Polish Confederation, etc., etc. None of this materialized. There were many plans, but none of them were implemented. A free Czechoslovakia in a free Europe ultimately became a unifying idea for many, and essentially the entire resistance movement agreed with this thesis. From a political point of view, however, 3 options for the future organization of the state were realistically considered in exile. The first option was a return to the First Republic. The second was the creation of a Soviet Czechoslovakia, and the third was a people's democracy, or a new democracy. Option number 1, the return to the First Republic state of affairs, was considered more of a hypothetical matter, because even the greatest defenders of the First Republic's democracy and the old order knew very well that, unfortunately, it was no longer possible. The foreign resistance was aware of the need to change. It knew it from reports from home, because the people in occupied Czechoslovakia had been through a lot and nothing could be turned back. Moreover, as one report says, one report of the local resistance, I quote, "The working class is a privileged class because the Nazis want to win it over at all costs. A number of advantages have been made for them which the workers will not allow to be taken away," unquote. The second alternative, meaning Soviet Czechoslovakia, was understandably proposed by the communists, who initially did not cooperate with the West and Democrats. And the option of Soviet Czechoslovakia was refused by the entire resistance, including the communists. For instance, Edvard Beneš in 1943 said, "Do not pay attention," I quote, "here at home and in Prague, in the Czech lands and in Slovakia, to the inflammatory Nazi propaganda that so foolishly proclaims that the Soviet Union wants to swallow us up, but do not take this propaganda into account from a domestic political point of view either. Our state, which will freely establish its own political regime with a limited number of parties, and I myself would like to see only 3, will be a democratic and truly popular or people state. After the fall of Germany, it will have its new government that will also represent our entire domestic national front. Only fascists, Nazis, and all the traitors and culprits of this war will be excluded from it and its benefits. They must, of course, disappear into the abyss of their catastrophe and atone for all their mistakes, guilt, crimes, and betrayals, as will be the case in all other liberated countries. Our state will also implement a number of economic and social changes. It will adopt a system of planning for its politics and economy, and will adopt a system of planning." And unquote. And by way of conclusion, I will also quote his words when he asked his audience and assured the audience that there will be a plan prepared in advance, and the first 5-year economic plan. And the words about a 5-year plan could be a sign of warning for our audience. But of course, it is up for discussion why he was talking like that. And as regards the option of Soviet Czechoslovakia was refused by communists themselves at the end of the war. It's clear from Drtina's interview with Klement Gottwald from 30th August 1944, where he hinted to Klement Gottwald options about the possible future development as envisioned by Edvard Beneš. And when he mentioned the possibility of Sovietization of the Republic, as Tritina mentions in his report, Klement Gottwald reacted sharply, asking how the president had come up with this possibility. There had been no talks of this, and it was out of the question. The key participants, therefore, agreed on the option of new people's democracy. And also, the domestic resistance movement itself counted on this option, as is evident from its most important program document titled For Freedom to a New Czechoslovak Republic, which envisioned far-reaching changes in the political system. The question, however, is what this new democracy should look like. Everyone had different ideas. For the communists, people's democracy was only a transitional phase. And as Georgy Dimitrov said, according to records to the Czechoslovak communists, we will not know when the time will be ripe for the question of Soviet Czechoslovakia to be on table, because it is not so easy as many might think. Czechs and Slovaks must work their way towards the Soviet power themselves, so through development. The tasks in the post-war period will be and are of such an importance that not just one class of the nation or one party alone is enough to accomplish them. Even the communists are not enough to carry out the tasks of post-war reconstruction. Even the communists need allies on a patriotic basis, and that is why we must restrain and curb ourselves for the sake of allies. Let us not think that what we want is also what the nation wants. In order for the nation to understand our efforts, we must prepare it for this purpose. Today, the world faces struggle between democracy and fascism. It is true that the majority supports democracy and the minority supports fascism and reactionist movements. However, between these two camps, there is, let's say, some muddy middle ground. And this muddy middle ground is made up of many millions of people who are staying in this, let's say, gray zone, who fear for democracy, believing that Bolshevism will follow democracy. This, let's say, middle ground, or the middle ground is made up of many people, millions of people, who must be persuaded. We must win over this class. We must never lose our sense of reality. These are the words of Georgy Dimitrov. And I consider these words very fitting for what was going on in the Third Republic. With the new democracy, however, even some Democrats were not quite happy, because the new democracy meant the maximum of what they were willing to tolerate, which, as was the case, turned out to be true even during Moscow meetings, which laid the foundations for this new democracy. The tragedy of Democrats which is clear from the minutes of the meeting of the Moscow government, that they did not prepare for these meetings, and that they didn't mind that they will negotiate on a communist proposal. And at the same time, the fact that Edvard Beneš did not attend these meetings, it was another problem of these Moscow negotiations or Moscow meetings. One of the many changes negotiated as part of the Moscow meetings and within the preparation phase of Košice government program was the existence or the establishment of the National Front, where the National Front of Czech and Slovak parties became an organization which built on the existence of a pre-war Pietka group, or the group of five. And at the same time, it was an organization which had a far-reaching importance and strength to decide, and a very strong decisive power. Officially, in 1945 to 1946, this was based on the parity of individual parties forming the part of the National Front. But in reality, the communists or the socialist bloc dominated the National Front. But despite the fact, as part of the first National Front, we could talk about certain political competition which culminated in the post-war elections of 1946. The National Front comprised of 4 political parties and one Slovak political party. And after 1946, this number increased by 2 small Slovak parties, which were established after the war.
That meant, in practice, that all admitted parties were a part of the National Front. Otto Friedman called this situation democracy without an opposition, which was very fitting. It is true that the Democrats viewed National Front as a contemporary situation, and they were hoping that democratic rights would be reinforced later. But we know what happened in February 1948, when the vision of the Democrats was totally quashed. Ladies and gentlemen, I could speak for hours about this topic, but my speaking time is up. I thank you, and now my colleague Martin Jindra will give his speech. Thank you. This is my presentation, and I will check whether it works. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Looking at one of the iconic images depicting the radio program from Hus community from May 1945, I would like to postulate a few questions. How come the Hus Congregation Hall in Vinohrady hosted radio programs? It is one of the major sacral buildings. And how did it look like, and what were the fates of the players? Many of us know that the photograph shows the technician, František Werner, and the moderator, Zdeněk Mančal, reserve officer's uniform, during a broadcast from the alternative premises in the Hus Congregational Hall, but only a few general statements about their life stories reached us during the recent anniversary. In my contribution, I will seek to briefly outline the answers to some of the questions raised above, focusing in particular on the life story of Zdeněk Mančal, a native of Litomyšl. Zdeněk Mančal became involved in the resistance movement as early as 1939 at a sanatorium in Strnady near Zbraslav, where he, as an educator, he distributed the illegal magazine Vboj. among the young people. His attitudes during adolescence were shaped by the environment of the Vinohrady youth of the Czechoslovak Hussite Church and the Vinohrady Sokol, where he played handball. He met his future wife, Ludmila Tereshipova, while training in figure skating at the Sokol ice rink. He was accepted into the radio in 1940 and had his moment during the important days of May 1945. It was on Saturday, May 5th, 1945, when he, Zdeněk Mančal, the only moderator who stayed overnight in the building, began the morning broadcast with the memorable words, "It is 6 o'clock." Banned Czech songs were played on the air and the broadcast was in Czech, and I quote, "In the final moments when the time signal was already running, I suddenly decided to hint to our listeners that we at radio were also preparing for the situation." This is how he recalled the period of 1946, and the radio was the channel number 1 at those times. In May 1945, radio was the major channel. Without using it, the Prague uprising would not flare up so quickly. This was fully realized by both the German side and the radio announcers, who worked literally between gunfire and air raids, improvising and risking their lives. The radio building was heavily shelled. On the evening of Sunday, May 6, it was severely damaged by an aerial torpedo from a German aircraft. For a time, technicians had to take over broadcasting from a makeshift studio set up at Strašnice transmitter, while a replacement alternative workplace was being prepared at the Hus congregation in Vinohrady. One of the people involved in moving the broadcast to the Czechoslovak Hussite Church was announcer or moderator Zdeněk Mančal. As a churchgoer, he knew the Hus Congregational Church in Vinohrady. Some of the technical equipment had remained in the choir loft since the radio broadcasts of organ concerts. No one yet knew for what purpose. It was not until May 5th, 1945, that the leadership of the religious community learned that technicians and signalmen were counting on the Hus Congregation Hall as a substitute radio studio. According to an entry in the memorial book of the Vinohrady religious community, the Czechoslovak Hussite Church, radio technician Werner sought out Arnošt Šimšík on May 5th, 1945. By then, the Czechoslovak flag was already flying from the Hus congregation. František Werner assessed the technical equipment that remained in the Hus congregation, and I quote, "He stayed with us overnight in the shelter, and I showed him everything with Brother Teichmann. From Sunday to Monday, Czech radio technicians arrived, bringing a lot of equipment, and I gave them the keys to the prayer hall and the choir loft. Overnight, they set everything up for broadcasting." These were the words said by Pastor Šimšík. The location of the broadcasting studio in the Hus congregation proved to be the most suitable due to its good position, allowing communications technicians in close coordination with radio technicians to secure modulation lines with the transmitter in Strašnice and gradually with the main radio building. The preparatory work could proceed relatively undisturbed, as Sunday services were cancelled due to the dramatic situation in the city. Apart from Pastor Arnošt Šimšík, whom we see here on the image, only the pastors Stanislav Staněk and Oswald Strik and Josef Teichmann. They shared the revolutionary obsession with the radio workers. And now I would like to quote new work. With the help of the technicians, we are transporting some of the equipment. We received a wonderful welcome from Pastor Szymsik of the Czechoslovak Church and other members of the Hus congregation. Everything was ready to receive reports in the morning, but we did not receive permission to broadcast out until the afternoon. We waited all day for the German surrender. It was not until 7:13 p.m. on May 7th that I was able to announce Germany's surrender. This is what Zdeněk Mančal wrote down. The connection between the Hus congregation and the transmitter in Strašnice via a modulation and communication line was established on Monday, May 7th, and the first broadcast took place after 4 p.m. The choir loft served as a temporary broadcasting studio. The Hus congregation was blacked out, and the flag hung on May 5th was taken down so that nothing would draw attention to the building. Now, none of the residents were allowed to leave the broadcasting site on their own initiative. The congregation was closed and guarded, first only by radio workers and young volunteers. Later, a protective unit was called in. The first report or broadcasting came from Hus congregation on May 7th at 4:30 p.m. The Germans were still unable to locate the alternative broadcasting site. Nevertheless, fears of air raids prompted the Hus congregational hall staff to move the broadcasting studio to the basement. Microphones and gramophone on chairs and boxes, 3 boxes of records, and everything else had to be moved to the basement. 3 telephone lines were constantly in use, and news reports were hastily transcribed on 4 typewriters, stylized, edited, and translated so that they could go on air. Technicians ensured the connection literally like this. Stanislav Kozak, and I quote, Pepik Rosypal, do you remember? He sat on the ground and just held the wires connected. He nodded his head, disconnected them again, and quickly put them back together. Those young men really sat on the ground for 4 hours just holding the wires in their hands. We had to broadcast. We had to go. Only during breaks did they give it its final form. This was a quote by Stanislav Kozak. The enthusiasts at home and radio announcers, they were trying to do what they could. So around Tuesday, May 8th, 1945, they resorted to using stimulants, which Dana Kohoutová brought to the choir. Announcer Stanislav Kozak distributed them among the roughly 25 members of the crew. They were all exhausted and sleep deprived. The radio workers said goodbye to their listeners on May 9th at 6:55 p.m. Zdeněk Mančal, who used to go to the religious lessons with Pastor Szymsik, was asked to say the final words. In the post-war years, Zdeněk Mančal enjoyed the peak of his popularity. He gave dozens of lectures and was invited to discussions attended by many. However, the more power concentrated in the hands of the communist hands, the more he enjoyed, ironically, the intention of the security apparatus. The communists couldn't forgive him for his involvement in the Czechoslovak National Socialist Party, nor for his realistic assessment of the Prague uprising, in which he did not conceal the importance of the committee. for the liberation of the peoples of Russia, so-called Russian Liberation Army. He was accused of deliberately not reading a report delivered by the Regional Secretariat of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia about a forged election leaflet. And in February 1948, he received a decision from the Action Committee of the Czechoslovak Radio, which prevented him from accessing his workplace. On March 31st, 1948, he was dismissed from Czechoslovak Radio, and this is his response to the dismissal. Until his arrest on May 23rd, 1949, Zdeněk Mančal worked as a farm laborer on a state-owned farm in Nebřenice near Velké Popovice, where there was a large pig farm. He was then investigated in Prague Pankratz. He was also imprisoned there, and he was able to smuggle secretive reports from there. And now I quote, "And what about those who are on death row? There are so many of them. 11 go for a walk, and it is a horrible sight and still very strange. They go and walk around. They are very quiet, and we admire them." There was also another smuggled account where Zdeněk Mančal described how the wife of Josef Charavat was tortured with fatal consequences. After one shot, her corpse was brought to the prison, and she was naked and was put on the bare floor. She had to succumb. She was also pregnant when she was brought to prison. And Václav Pešek only said about that, "It is much easier if such monster succumbs by herself. It is much better than to put her to death." She very early experienced an abortion. In August 1939, Zdeněk Mančal was then sentenced for the crime of not informing about a criminal offense for 3 years. The Zvon organization tried to use it in the putsch. Mančal was imprisoned in Pilsen, Bory, and in the Jáchymov region. 1952, he was released, and then he could only work as a cement worker and warehouse worker. In August 1952, his wife was also sentenced with no parole, Ludmila.
She was not acquitted until the Supreme Court's decision in October 1952. Mančal's attempt to return to radio broadcasting in 1968 was thwarted by the so-called normalization. He therefore continued to perform the so-called selected jobs until he retired on disability. He and his wife continued to be monitored by the State Security Service, and on the 5th of August 1975, his failing heart gave out. Zdeněk Mančal died of heart failure. One of the last drops of injustice on this brave man and Christian came in 1974, when he was not granted a certificate of participation in the national resistance for liberation. The urn with his remains that you can see on the picture and a sticker of his favorite Slavia football club is stored in the columbarium of the Hus congregation in Vinohrady, from where he broadcast from May 7th to May 9th, 1945. Thank you, Martin Indra, for your presentation. And now I would like to ask Petr Kopal, the first panelist, to take to the stage. So, colleague, the following 20 minutes are yours and only. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Eisenstein's Ivan the Terrible on the borderline between official icon and individual subversion. Sergei Mikhailovich Eisenstein, film director and cultural theorist, in 1925 shot the film Battleship Potemkin, which is still considered part of the golden font of world cinema. Eisenstein's historical films, Alexander Nevsky, shot in 1938, and Ivan the Terrible, 1 to 2, made between 1943 and 1945, primarily reflect the era in which they were made, namely the Soviet Union under Stalin. Medieval rulers were surprisingly impressive to communist dictators. They were part of their official cult, which was reflected in the corresponding film representations and presentations and images and pre-images in film. Stalin particularly identified with the figure of the Russian Tsar Ivan the Terrible. And of course, he came up with the idea of making a film about him, in fact about himself. Perhaps for the first time in January 1941, when he had already chosen a director. The film, ultimately conceived as a trilogy, was made during the war in Alma-Ata, located relatively far from Moscow, on the southern edge of the Asian part of the USSR, near the border with China. The Soviet dictator did not mind Ivan's cruelty at all. It was to be the price of progress, a necessary means to achieve higher goals, and not mere arbitrariness. Through the film, Stalin wanted to erase Ivan's image as an incomprehensible psychopath and a bloodthirsty tyrant from historical memory, once and for all, and instead he wanted to present him primarily as a great and wise statesman. To give you a wider context of propaganda, of totalitarian propaganda films, you can see an overview of Eisenstein's films. He made many politically engaged films, and as part of the Third Reich, Fight Harland was his, let's say, counterpart. Here you can see an overview of his main propaganda films, Ulysses, The Triumph of the Will, or and it shows that a film was given much importance and much attention during the Third Reich. As regards the mentioned film, Křižník Potěmkin, the cruise ship Potemkin, still an important work of cinema, Alexander Nevsky, Ivan Grozny. or Ivan the Terrible. Eisenstein's last 2 or 3 films are often referred to as Stalinist. It is clear that with these films, Eisenstein renounced some of his previous views in order to serve and benefit the regime and ultimately himself. However, Ivan the Terrible, in particular, displays a sophisticated structure of ambiguity through which the director attempted to subtly hint at other meanings. These 2 films finished between 43 and 45. The primary aim was to create a ruler, a charismatic ruler who would be a personification of the cult of personality and would have a distinctly religious dimension. However, shadows gradually began to prevail over the divine light. Perhaps through the projection of the image of his own despotic father, Eisenstein brought back into the film the truly terrible or even horrific anti-icon of the father of us all. That is, the suppressed shadow component of the collective subconscious. In the spirit of liminarity, its inscrutable, regenerative and subversive ambivalent symbolism and imagination. In part 2, the overall impression becomes even more ominous and ghostly, demonic or sinister. Ivan's black-clad, hunched figure slowly moves through gloomy interiors, lurking in a labyrinth of corridors and cellars, while the plot line tells the story of growing state terror and a bloody reckoning with domestic enemies. A series of rituals run through the film. Ivan's coronation, his subsequent marriage to Anastasia Romanovna, and so on. However, his rise to power, increase in status, is suddenly complicated by his illness. It seems that Ivan will succumb to it. The church ceremony of last rites takes place. When everyone believes that the Tsar is dead, a resurrection follows. And it is precisely this extremely critical, borderline moment, death and resurrection, that Eisenstein uses to draw a clear parallel between the Russian Tsar and the heavenly ruler, between Ivan and Christ. However, it is as if something essential has gone wrong at the same time, during the transition or return to the world of the living. The Tsar's superhuman appearance has a dual effect. On the one hand, he is shown as a god, but he also looks like a demon. The process of transformation is significantly accelerated by the death of his beloved Anastasia, poisoned by Ivan scheming on Yefrosinia. The original noble grandeur then turns into something grotesque. Ivan's character, now with a characteristically bent torso or hunched back and the necessary cane, still towers above everyone else. He is usually filmed from a slightly low angle, but his movements shift from sacred rigidity to mechanical gestures, so that he resembles more of a giant puppet, a soulless being. Christ-like Ivan turns into satanic Ivan, corrupted, twisted. Towards the end of part 1, a monstrous monument is born. After Anastasia's death, the Tsar leaves Moscow and retires into seclusion. However, the people come to beg him to return to the throne. We see a triumphant icon. Half of it is taken up by Ivan's face in the foreground, while in the other half and in the background, an endless black line, a procession of ants, winds through a snowy landscape. No matter how terrible Ivan is or will be, the people want him. In addition to his obvious physical decline, in the second part, he is afflicted by madness and extreme paranoia. The ruler has only enemies. And the oprichnina, a useful tool which he can use uncover and eliminate all conspirators. Ivan is another inhuman hybrid monster, visually resembling a bird of prey. Another undead tyrant who rules a world frozen in terror on the threshold, trapped in personified liminarity, genre-wise close to horror and stylistically for change to demonic cinema, German film expressionism. Twin phantoms shadow dances of death on the walls of the Tsar's palace, and some scenes are reminiscent of Murnau's Nosferatu of 1921. In the final scenes of Ivan the Terrible, Part 2, the rituals, motifs, and symbols from the Part 1 return, but in a carnival-like parodic reversion corresponding to the image of a world turned upside down. The coronation and the wedding, which are similar rites of passage and thus mirrored in the celebration of the false king, a ritual of status reversal where Ivan and his cousin Vladimir, Tsar and subject, exchange roles and clothes, which as we know make the man, while the oprichnik Fyodor contributes to the carnival whirlwind of confusion or the negation of basic opposites by dressing up as a bride, or rather as a woman. Androgyny is the neutralization of opposing principles, a return to the original unity. Analysis by researchers from the Tartu school appreciate Eisenstein's profound and groundbreaking theoretical preparation, primarily in the field of cultural anthropology, anticipating conclusions that leading figures in the field did not reach, such as Victor Turner or Mikhail Bakhtin. The main purpose of the entire coronation and wedding masquerade is then a substitute sacrifice, the killing of the ritual representative of the Tsar. This is followed by Vladimir's murder in the temple under a large mural of the Last Judgment. The contrast and horror reach their climax. While Ivan's coronation, which is the birth of the Russian Tsar, is bathed in sunlight streaming through the glass window, the night scene of Vladimir's last prayer resembles a black mass with a procession of ghosts and shadows.
Tam.
Bloodthirsty monsters and apparitions flick across the stone walls of the temple, setting in motion the great image of the Last Judgment. Here, this is the image. The candle flame flickers. The man, Vladimir, stumbles and dies at the hands of the murderer sent by his mother to kill the Tsar. In the midst of the black oprichniki and their even blacker shadows, he chokes in the dark womb on the night temple. The moment of the future victim's threshold is literally impressive, with anxious hesitation accompanied by color transitions between red and green. The tragic decision is then reflected in a transition, a return to black and white tones. For now, however, Vladimir retreats from the door connecting the throne room with the temple, as if he has seen something terrible beyond the threshold. In a cut, the view sees the murderer moving stealthily and tentatively through the dimly lit interior. Ivan's carnival brings a rebirth effect according to the mythical ritual scenario, where a reversal to chaos is a condition for a restart. The Tsar, as a personification of the Russian universe nation, paralyzed by the intrigues of internal enemies, finds his way out of the labyrinth of liminarity. The long transitional period of shadows and doubts, a kind of twilight zone, is finally replaced by the rich colors of the glorious and victorious era. Ivan sitting on the throne announcing the defeat of the enemies of the united parable, and it undoubtedly was, but at the same time it provided a perfect example of a liminal crisis, an overly long and difficult transition to bright tomorrows, bright future. As a result, the entire second part resembled more a horror movie or a nightmare, and the liminal ambivalence of the tyrant, undoubtedly cruel and terrible, but additionally burdened with Hamlet-like scrutiny of his planned and executed deeds or crimes, seemed to be a display of pathological psychology and desirable indecision, completely unworthy of a progressive image or archetype. In 1946, the first part of Ivan the Terrible earned its creator the Stalin Prize, but the second part was banned. And it was not until 1958 when it had its premiere. The author was accused of falsifying historical epoch in the second part and distorted the image of a great statesman who played a progressive role in the history of the Russian state. Stalin would have welcomed more cruelty and decisiveness in the historical cinematic Ivan. According to him, and I quote, one of Ivan the Terrible's mistakes was that he did not eliminate the 5 main feudal families. Stalin also disliked the portrayal of the Oprichnina, which he considered a progressive force and a pillar of Ivan's politics. The main problem, however, was that Eisenstein ultimately preferred the trilogy. The successful conquests were thus postponed until the third part, while the second part focused solely on domestic purges. Ivan's cruelty lacked justification as ordered by Stalin. Stalin and Zhdanov felt deceived by the Eisenstein's ambivalent character. In September 1946, they censored the second part and did not allow the third to be filmed. The return to the two-part version was to include the victorious Livonian campaign as a grand finale. And one of them more observation, while Soviet critic Neya Zorka in the 60s judged that, I quote, almost nothing remained of the representative Tsarist portrait from the first part, end of quote. Recent Russian comments or posts under the film on YouTube 5 years ago often expressed a different, opposite opinion, saying, now Russia needs such a strong leader. End of story, end of the movie. Thank you. I would like to thank to our colleague Kotal, Petr Kopal, who concluded the last session, not the second last session, I would say. We will have a very short break, and then we will have the very last session, which will be a discussion session in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Tak, dámy a pánové, budeme pokračovat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be opening the last discussion session and panel where we will shed light on what we have been discussing here throughout our conference. We will be shifting the prism onto the Czech territory. We have heard about the course of 1945, how it developed in various countries, how the European and non-European countries viewed that year. We have heard a lot about the context, and we now know that our story is very similar to the Lithuanian. We had so many deportations here and so many criminal acts committed against the Czech citizens, and the Red Army was here as well. However, the Czech context is a bit different. We are a bit unique because in May in 1945, when we celebrated the end of World War II, many people were heard that we are celebrating liberation, that the liberation is something not to be called into question. And I hope we will challenge it here despite that. And we will be speaking about why the Czech nation is as it is. We will have Professor Igor Lukáš from Boston University. We will have Petr Placák and Martin Valenta from the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regime, and we will try to come with an answer how come the year of 1945 is so different for us than for other nations. Professor, you will be able to say something also from the American perspective. How come we have difficulties not when actually talking about the year of 1945? Well, this is a very complex and probing question, and we only have a few minutes to answer the question. I think who could actually answer it? What I think is that the Czech perspective of 1945 is different because there are many reasons. The context was completely different. Let's see that from August 1st, 44 until October 3rd, 44 in Warsaw, during the Warsaw Uprising, there were more people killed than in Hiroshima and Nagasaki by atomic bombs. The total number of victims in Hiroshima and Nagasaki was lower than the total number of Poles killed during the Warsaw Uprising. When comparing it with the Prague Uprising, then you see the huge difference. Another argument that comes to mind is that the Czechs, until 1945, have got a completely different historic experience than the Poles. the Poles, they were fighting those Russian Soviet incursions into their territory. They had fought these incursions from the 18th century, and it culminated when 1799 and 95 was divided, and Poland was demised from the face of the earth. And then there were huge uprising in response to it, during which the elites of the Polish nation, including the family of Józef Korzeniowski, a known poet, known as Joseph Conrad in the world, this elite was sent in shackles by foot to Siberia. Many foreigners denied that. They saw those colonies of Poles walking in shackles on foot to Siberia. The same goes for the Hungarians, who remembered or remember the bloodshed when 1848 and 49, they had an uprising. There were executions of Hungarian elites and generals. This was their historical memory, their experience, which they brought when they started 1939 and 45. Compared to that, the Czechs had a minimum contact with the Russian environment. They only knew great Russian intellectuals or poets or musicians. They would go to the Czech spas, Carlsbad, and others. And those few Czechs who ever visited Russia very soon found out that their opinions there were not based in reality. And this is my explanation, my answer, how come the view, the take, the Czech take on the year of 1945 is so different, because their historical memory was so different. Let me briefly say 3 sentences. The smart maneuver that the Red Army actually withdrew from Czechoslovakia 1945 in November, together with the US Army, and they're creating an illusion of the Czechoslovak sovereignty and creating an idea that the May election 1946 were the symbol of the Czechs and Slovaks, what they wanted. It was not possible to maintain such an illusion in Poland or Hungary, where the local security forces detained democratic candidates and in some cases killed them. This is the 3rd point I wanted to say here.
Petr Placák, what is your view of the Czech elite in 1945 welcoming liberation, and many Czech elites are still talking about liberation in 2025? Well, I would just like to pick up where Igor left off, and I absolutely agree with what he said, but I would like to emphasize 2 additional things. I think that the problem is that we did not fight in 1938. We got stuck between 2 totalitarian regimes, and we're stuck between them until today. The Nazi regime on the one side, which we reflect correctly, well, correctly, but of course, we didn't renounce it, and when it comes to reflection, it's a bit more complicated. But still, we renounce it. But then the second totalitarian regime, the Soviet regime, which, in my view, we do not reflect at all until today. We reflect the repressions, but the very nature we are not able of the regime. We're not able to reflect on until today. And the second thing is the problem that in 1945 we were liberated by the Bolsheviks, and the Bolsheviks were very clever. And Hitler did so too when he let Wehrmacht murder civilians in eastern countries, that he combined or merged Wehrmacht with the regime of crime or criminal regime. Because if you want to become a member of a mafia, you have to murder someone in order to become a member of the mafia clan. So we murdered and forced to flee the minority of Czech Germans, which is a crime that the Bolsheviks kept us in check for decades, and they keep us in check until today with this crime of the past. So I would add these two things. Thank you, Petra. Your view, Martin, or perhaps inspiration from Western Germany and their subsequent or gradual coming to terms with 1945. Can you find some parallels with the Czech, let's say, heavy approach to 1945? Thank you for the word. I would like to say that perhaps Peter stole what I wanted to say. I also wanted to talk about the forced expulsion or displacement of a German minority. Basically, there were two wars going on at the same time. One was war against Nazis, and the second was the year-long war about clashes between the Czech and German elements, which through the prism of that time ended up with huge victory, because the entire country was cleaned of the German element, which in my view is an essential element when we reflect on 1945 and the subsequent events. Because this collective unconsciousness, so to say, it cast a shadow on the reality of 1945 and the presence of the Red Army and the Sovietization which ensued subsequently, and which actually had been going on for quite some time, starting with the pact concluded, or agreement concluded between Czechoslovakia and the USSR in 1943. But what you asked about Germany, that's a trivial thing. And today, of course, we speculate to a certain level, but I think that the German views of 1945 are very important for us today. And what I mean by that is that, of course, we could talk about it for hours and hours. But sometimes we can hear how Germany was able to put up with Nazism. That's nonsense. Germany never came to terms with the Nazi era until today, and the reasons and causes and so on could be a topic for long hour discussions. When you look back to Nuremberg trials, there was no internal denazification. These were trials of the occupation powers. Plus, they came to an end when the Cold War started, and when the Western Germany had a role to play amidst the Cold War. So when it comes to the process of coming to terms with Nazism, it's a topic that has not been concluded. It's a topic that still burdens Europe in many ways. So basically, the first real coming to term happened in 1968, but which, however, as a result of tabuization, ended up with terrorist activities and terrorist factions, which kept repeating, kept talking about Nazi Justiz, Nazi Richter, Nazi Polizei, Nazi Professor. So it's very difficult to draw a clear parallel with the Czech coming to terms with the past. So it's a question. There's the process of tabuization until the 1960s, and then the opening of the Pandora box about what the fathers did, how come they're still in leading positions, how come they still run the state, how come they're still represented in all political parties, how come that these people who committed Holocaust will now arrest us for having long hair. So of course, so this is a topic which would deserve its own conference, to be honest. So the German way of coming to terms with Nazism and the Holocaust, and what it means for us. Because by not being able to come to terms with the Holocaust, it's still part of today's German identity. And it is clearly demonstrated at the political level as well. So thank you. So 1945, in Czech conditions or circumstances, and I'm intentionally saying Czech, not Czechoslovak, because Czechoslovak was not under the communist influence right away in 1945, but hand in hand with the communists, the Democrats helped communists to rise to power, because these were not just social democrats or national socialists, but also conservative Christian party and other parties. So what do you think, gentlemen? Isn't the problem of 1945 also connected to the fact that if we said that 1945 is the beginning of Sovietization, we would say that these politicians with Edvard Beneš at the helm and a range of other democratic politicians basically bear the same amount of guilt with the communists. Isn't this the reason why the Czech society is so nervous about coming to terms with 1945 or reflecting on the year? Would you like to react? I feel we're back in 1948, 1949, when these defeated Democrats who were suddenly unemployed in Paris or in Western Germany and desperately waited for a US, Australian or New Zealand visa in refugee camps and were fighting over who was to blame for February 48. I'm sure you all know attacks on Rybka in American Congress, who was perceived to be a communist agent in American Congress and so on. So the Czech context was completely different from the Hungarian or Polish context. So even the rise to power of communism was different. Perhaps the few members of the audience left here would be interested in hearing that even Stalin was not sure about what his plans with Czechoslovakia were. He knew right away that Poland had to be under the Russian security services and under the supervision of military. The same was true for Hungary and the Balkans. But when it comes to Czechoslovakia, not many people know that. But one of the scenarios contemplated in Kremlin as possible, and which was circulated freely among the leaders of the USSR. So one of the scenarios was to keep the regime in Czechoslovakia not that similar to that which actually prevailed in Finland. So it was a country which lacked freedom in the area of foreign policy, but it was a country which had a market economy, which was allowed to have a certain form of private ownership or private entrepreneurship in the country, because Soviets understood that Czechoslovakia, due to its industrial or a half sovereign Czechoslovakia, thanks to its industry and well-educated labor force and proletariat, which was able to produce sophisticated product, they knew that they needed such Czechoslovakia. So they actually were not sure whether it would pay off to destroy the freedom of Czechoslovakia completely if it were completely under German control or command. So this is another reason which should be mentioned. And it is evident from the fact that in 1947, when Kominforma was created in Poland, Slansky was assuring Stalin and Zhdanov and his representatives that the Czechoslovak crisis will be resolved through political means. And Stalin, for reasons unknown, lost his patience with this experiment and started to insist on the Czechoslovak crisis to be resolved through the means of power or powerful means. And Gottwald and Slansky were desperate because they knew that if they do it the same way, or if the Soviets take over, they will lose their legitimacy, because the Communist Party, to a certain extent, was the most patriotic of all the political parties. So their hatred towards the German element triumphed over all the other parties which were hysterically against Germany.
Petře?
Okay, Petr, democratic elites in 1945, what would you say? Well, for some years, I have been thinking that the reason that we ended up in the Soviet bloc, that has been our own making. Plus, of course, Edvard Beneš, President Beneš, contributed to it, and Jan Rybka and Jan Masaryk as well. Hubert Rybka. That is something that makes me so angry when reading his accounts or proclamations after the war. So this was an utter failure of the non-communists, was so visible. Many people saw it and didn't do anything. Let me read out something. Major Kaspar Pati, who was in Moscow in the Czechoslovak mission and came to London in 1943, and he made a report for his boss, Moravec, and I will read. Quote, after the victory in Moscow in December 1941, Soviet imperialists reared their head because this is something that is uprooted in the Soviet Union, but the further development of the post-war events made them change their mind. It is visible that the Soviet Union cannot win the war without the Allies. The objectives are the rule in the Balkan countries and then in the Gulf. In accordance with Kaspar, there are two alternatives prepared. Either a political and military situation will allow the Soviets come in Europe, and then through the Comintern they will prepare the decisions by the people in individual countries, and the decisions should be to accede the SSR or to create or establish a friendly regime to SSR, or B, either Soviets will be weak and the allies will be in Europe much earlier, and then we will have to have the treaties negotiated with the allies, and the objectives in accordance with alternative one will be achieved at the second stage. So this was a very clear and detailed report. They had prepared everything, and people in London got it. And President Benesch received it in the exile from Pika. He also knew about those plans. Either they were not willing to believe it, or they thought naively they would convince Stalin to do otherwise. This is very interesting for our research because the exile representation of Czechoslovakia was the only one that returned then to their homeland and to the same offices. But in 3 years, those people were again fleeing, or they ended up at the execution sites. Let me say something in response to what Igor has said. Our historical memory was completely different, experience was different, but there was František Palacký, the father of the nation, and he was also saying that he is a Slav, but the vision of a universal Russian Empire would be something so horrible, so abhorrently horrible that he could not even envisage it. And that was 1848, this warning he was given. Well, yes. And I don't know whether you have noted one quote which was read out here by President Benesch saying, "Don't believe the Nazi propaganda, what they are saying about the Bolsheviks, about the Soviet Union." I don't know whether anybody has been researching this, the influence of the Nazi propaganda. How come that many Czechs thought if the Nazis were saying something bad about the Soviet Union, and that everybody then automatically believed they were the opposite? Well, let me say something about it. The Nazis were helping each other. They were helping the Bolsheviks, and Bolsheviks were helping the Nazis, because the Nazis were actually saying bad things about the Bolsheviks and vice versa in order to gain legitimization in the society. And there was the Nazi who was actually using those arguments, and then we wouldn't believe it because it was said by the Nazis, and this is what the Bolsheviks wanted, of course. And this is our intellectual weakness, that it is up today that we still do believe that it's the opposite. Michal, do you want to say something? Michal, yes, you asked about the degree of fault and of the elites, that they failed. Now, looking backwards, we see that they failed. The question is whether they could have not failed, because you mentioned František Palacký. The question is whether an independent state, country, could have remained in place when there were major countries such as the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany that were taken by storm of that ideology. of course, that would have taken a degree of courage and also lives of people. It is true, but this is exactly it. We were actually between Russia and Germany, and 1945 that was not valid anymore because Germany was absolutely it absolutely surrendered. It was not denazified, but there was a patronage of Allied forces, NATO and Allied forces. They were administering Germany. That was part of Europe. But Beneš in 1945 was still proclaiming that Germany was our enemy number one, and that was the reason why we were subjugated, why we were then put under yoke of the communists, and we still don't get it even up to date. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, if you have any question or comment, I see a hand raised. Please wait for the microphone. Stříbrný is my name. Well, this is very sad, and we feel very beaten in our historical memory. And I would say that even Mr. Per could say a few words about it. We had the domestic resistance organizations, and they were young people who had major experience during the resistance times. And of course, we had the Czechoslovak representatives in exile, and they accepted the elimination of the people who were the bearers of the ethos of our society. That is important. And then during the Third Republic and in the great February days, don't forget, we had this organization called Sokol, and then we had another organization which was very nation oriented, which was Orel. And then the Catholic Church was preparing a new generation intellectually during the 1930s and also during the war years. And then we saw it in 1947. There was a congress of intellectuals and religious people in Prague, and this memory was eliminated. The generational change, Václav Vála and intelligence brigade and people from Předvoj who worked fearlessly during those troubled times, and they were somehow eliminated from the nation building later on. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Per was asked a minute ago, so if you want to say something about it. Let me say just a few remarks based on what I saw in the archival files. The first problem was Edvard Beneš invited Klement Gottwald to London. The Moscow communists turned him down. They said, we are going to discuss the program in Moscow. We are not going to London. That was number one. Secondly, our democratic exile in London at the beginning of 1945 failed to address how to prepare for the negotiations with the communists. And this is a failure of our democratic elites, because what they were addressing is how they will bypass British regulations, how they will funnel the assets from London, and they didn't actually discuss how to prepare with for the meeting with the communists. And this is a huge problem in my view. And thirdly, the Democrats from London who went to Moscow to the meeting, none of them protested against what communists proposed. Let's cancel the agrarians, let's cancel the National Socialists, and nobody cared, because they thought this trade-off will actually make the situation easier for them during the elections.
Se zeptal.
Jaroslav Slansky asked, according to reports, the National Democrats, because the son of the First Republic Minister of Finance, Rashin, was member of the National Democrats, and at the time he was dying in a Nazi prison. But the communists said, but as a party they discredited themselves, so as a party they cannot exist. And none of the Democrats did not mind that these parties were going to be forbidden or banned. And it went so far that when they went to inform Edvard Beneš about the results of the meetings, Edvard Beneš asked them specifically two things: Slovak issue and the agrarian party. And back then, the Democrats told him, we don't need to have a separate agrarian party, because each of our parties has its agrarian trade unions, which we think was a huge problem, which ended up in the post-war mess and post-war development. Would you like to react? I know that we all want to go home, but please allow me one quick question. I must say I absolutely agree with our colleagues. The level to which our democratic politicians were not prepared to negotiating with Gottwald and other communist professionals, especially in Moscow, where probably all the rooms were booked. There was no possibility to create a joint or common line to prepare for the meetings of the next day, because the communists knew what they were going to come up with, the so-called Democrats from London. So I absolutely agree with you. And I would like to say to Mr. Platzak, we all are looking for a culprit. Who caused the fact that our view of 1945 is different from the, let's say, correct skeptical view of 1945 that other countries had? Beneš is to blame. That's true, but at the same time, my grandma is to blame. My second grandma, my grandpa, my other grandpa, my mother, my father, all of them are to blame. And perhaps I am to blame as well. What I'm trying to say is that this responsibility is inside us. And the main thing that we're not talking about is that communism was popular among people. Communism was popular. In my office in Boston, I have a portrait of General Moravec, a person that I hold in high esteem. And let's admit that General Moravec signed up to be a member of the Communist Party. He submitted his application. And I'm sure he was not the only one. So there were many people who, you know, Fireband was one of the very few people who begged Beneš not to come back through Moscow. So there were very, very few people who could see through the communists. The Czech willingness, my grandparents' willingness to compromise, to find a compromise was the main thing, the main root cause why our view of 1945 is different, and we don't see it as the beginning of February 1948. Would you like to react? Yes, but it's the Nazis are to blame, primarily. Okay, but I would like to add one thing, which we consider just a piece of paper, but let's sometimes read the Košice government. It's a fascist document non plus ultra. And the fact that the entire London exile government signed it with just very few changes. It's a declaration of Slavic statehood, which does not include the Roma and Jews as the victims of the Holocaust. And time and again, it repeats patriotism and national patriotism time and again. And it's an awful piece of paper. It's awful to read. But the government signed it. The government, the exiled government in London took it and used it as the cornerstone of our post-war era. And yes, we are all to blame. But it doesn't mean that we should not criticize people who failed from our perspective, and not only from today's perspective, but also from the period perspective, because even before the war, there were articles and warnings about what was going on in the USSR. And people who did not have their judgments clouded by Second World War had to know about it. Okay, if you are ready. Unfortunately, the interpreters cannot hear the question. The speaker is not using a microphone. Okay, the microphone is not turned on. Okay, can you hear me now? Yes, we can, loud and clear. The Czechoslovak foreign policy, especially security policy, up until 1935, Czechoslovakia was preparing for conflict with Hungary and the restoration of the Habsburg monarchy. And then the alliance with the USSR is signed in 1935. So when we look at the post-war development, the threat of German revanchism continued well into the 1960s, actually up to 1968. The more shocked the Czechoslovaks were, and not only politicians, but the public, the Czechoslovak public were, during the crisis years, with the crisis so-called years ended with the number 8, like 68, 38, and so on. Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other comments or questions? If not, then I would like to thank the panelists for this debate, which is very interesting, and I'm sure one of many that we will have on this topic, because what we know, we Czechs, that we know, we like debates where we complain about ourselves. So I'm sure we will continue about this, and we will try to make it part of our educational material, so that it is not just a matter of scientific conferences and academic discussions, but so that even the wider public knows about about it. So thank you very much. I would like to thank the panelists, and this brings me to the last panel, the thank you panel. First of all, I would like to thank those of you who are here, who attended our conference, all of you who attended our conference during the 3 days. I would like to thank all of those who followed us online, and I would like to thank all the speakers, because there are quite a few of them. I'm sure we can count them online to see how many people spoke here. I would like to thank the colleagues from the Institute for the Study of the Totalitarian Regimes, as well as representatives of other institutions, as well as our colleagues from Ukraine, the United States, Russia, Lithuania, Slovakia, and others. And I would also like to thank the Office of the Government and colleagues from the Liechtenstein Palace for amazing preparation in terms of the technical side of the conference, because this is the 4th year in a row. And as always, the preparation is amazing. I would also like to thank the colleagues from the production department who took such a good care of us, so that we have all the good programs. I would like to thank the interpreters for interpreting from Czech into English and vice versa. It was not an easy task, because many speakers were quite scientific and read their speeches, so I tried to ask the colleagues whether something was lost in translation, but apparently not. I would also like to thank our partners who participated in organizing this conference, and I want to promise you that we will continue studying and researching the year 1945 and the years before that, because without understanding the year 1945 and its significance for our country, we cannot fully understand today's world and today's wars. By way of conclusion, I would like to invite you to attend our other events, because this is not the end. The activities of the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regime already this Friday will have an exhibition, opening of an exhibition in our seat in the Palace Archa on the 2nd floor, where a library and research room is being, or study room is being prepared and opened. So we will start using this 2nd floor to show an exhibition of the faces of underground by Mr. Prokop, and hopefully we will be able to show you not only photographs of significant persons of underground, but hopefully we will also have the people in person. And hopefully, Peter, you will also come, because you are also one of the people who are on photographs. And then on the 25th of November, again in Archa Palace, so in our seat we will have an international conference on the topic of 135th anniversary of the birth of Ludvík Svoboda, a very controversial general, which could be used to illustrate some of the twists and turns of the 20th century, and which could be used to illustrate very nicely the period of 48, 68 and other important milestones. So you are very much welcomed to this conference. And together with our Polish colleagues, we will have a conference in Krakow on the topic of disinformation, meaning spies and intelligence area, which is quite topical, because not only Russian disinformation are an important factor in today's public views, but also Chinese disinformation. So they have a big influence on our views, and so this will also take place in late November. And some of our colleagues are part of a commission in HEP, where a competition of grammar schools is on the topic of history and literary works. So this is another topic that we try to focus on. We want to make sure that our pupils and students are not an easy target of disinformation, that they have critical thinking and are able to look up solid information. That's also one of our endeavors, and hopefully will be successful. So thank you very much. Thank you for coming here. Thank you, all the speakers, and please stay tuned to our website, follow our website, where we try to talk or announce all the events. So this year's event is over, and we already have a topic prepared for the next year's November conference. So we're already talking to our partners for the next conference in November 2026, which should be our 5th conference in Liechtenstein Palace. So hopefully we'll be able to meet here again next year. And if I don't see you until the end of the year, have a very Merry Christmas and good health for 2026.